your Premier Challenge champion.
I can have a champion in Emily Golan. Fantastic play with her favorite Palkia team.
Check that off the bracket. Yeah, Don Check is your repeat champion this weekend.
And Brady Smith is your 2019 Daytona Regional.
Trainers ready to duke it out for a few battles today, earn a few championship points, get closer to the World's invites.
Absolutely, and these trainers are all warmed up after their matches in Rockledge yesterday, so we should see maybe some adaptations after yesterday with the teams, or maybe some continuing to practice and nail down those tough matchups with the same team.
Yeah, a lot of these trainers, they are preparing because in a couple of weeks from now, we have the Atlanta region. And no doubt about it, most of these trainers here today, they are trying to finalize their teams, prepare for whatever may come their way, maybe make some adjustments, or do whatever they have to do to get that goal up in Atlanta.
Absolutely, and we can see here, for a world invite, you need top 75 players in the United States in the Masters category. So those 15 points that the players can earn here today are going to be absolutely essential for making that jump into the top 75.
15 points might not seem like a lot, but every little bit counts. So they got to get closer and closer to that top 75 if they really want to be able to compete in Anaheim later in August.
Absolutely. And as you were saying, Atlanta is just around the corner. Those who get the top 4 at Atlanta, or the championship at Atlanta, are going to get a guaranteed Worlds invite. So that just adds some extra stakes onto this.
Exactly. Everyone wants to build their perfect teams. They want to win. They want to get as many points as they can. They want to see if they can have what it takes to be the world champion. Like we got our top players right now in Florida with the standings. We got already 5 players with their World Championship invites,
which is extremely impressive. A shout out to our local Florida scene. We have some amazing players. We can see Riley Factura, Perry Dortana, Brady Smith, and Patrick Connors have already made it into the top 75, and Hunter has already won a regional, which will get him into the Worlds at Anaheim guaranteed.
Yeah, I believe it was Hunter who won the Puerto Rico event just earlier this month with a Kyogre team, which is actually the first time that a Kyogre has won a regionals in the regulation format.
Truly a well-deserved Worlds invite. We can see below the top 5, we also have Andrew, Don, Brent, and Zach, who are pretty close to each other and pretty close to that invite. We can see there's a lot of people on here with a lot of points, so the extra points they can win today are going to make a big difference in getting up to that Worlds invite.
Now we see our players like Caden, Adit, and Grayson, they're pretty close to each other in their own their championship points right now, and Christopher not too far behind also.
So what's going to be interesting is to see who on this list shows up today to earn those extra championship points.
Absolutely. all these points matter at the end of the day, and we are just excited to see who will be able to succeed and earn those points to get closer and closer to those Worlds invites.
Exactly. That victory road ain't going to walk itself. It's going to take a lot of grinding. We're going to see who comes out here today. We can see yesterday at the Rockledge Cup, Landon Mirage, or I don't know how to pronounce that.
I'm going to go with Morjal.
Landon Morjal and Andrew Navarro managed to get first and second. And I believe Landon is here today, maybe looking to earn a second championship here at these local events. You can also see Carey and Lewis got top 3 and 4 respectively. Very impressive performance from some very talented local players.
What I'm seeing a lot is that between both, we got Jonathan and we got Carey, they both seem to really enjoy using the Calyrex Shadow Rider. And between Adrian, who made 8th, and Landon, they both seem to love the Calyrex. So there's a lot of love for the horses here in Florida.
Absolutely. We just cannot get enough of those horses. And it's going to be interesting to see what players bring today, whether they're going to stick with those horses or whether they're going to bring some new teams to try and prepare for those Atlanta regionals.
Absolutely. Between yesterday and today's events, they are doing whatever they can to see what they need to succeed in a couple of weeks from now.
We can see some of the players to keep an eye on today are Landon, Jonathan Martin, and Caden Owens. These are some players who have done extremely well at some of our locals lately. Again, Landon being the winner of yesterday's Rockledge Championship. So it's going to be interesting to see how they perform today, what sort of changes they'll make from yesterday, whether they're going to run the same teams, how they'll handle some of the matchups that they may not have won yesterday, and just in general, see how well they perform.
Exactly. These trainers are very skilled in their battling and their strategies, and they've won so many different events statewide, and I'm very excited to see what they bring to the table today. More of the same, some adjustments, or anything that they feel they need to do to make sure they are absolutely ready.
And we saw Landon and Jonathan were both on that top 20 players of Florida chart. So to see those guys continue to increase their points is going to be an interesting thing to watch as their victory road, their road to the championship.
Now, it seems like we're going to go over, tell you a little bit about some of the rules that are going on for this weekend. So all of our trainers today, they are going to be playing in the Regulation G format, which lets you bring one restricted Pokemon onto your team, including many of the Pokemon that you would see on the box art of many of the previous Pokemon games, including the Miraidon, Koraidon, or the Zacian or Zamazenta, or Pokemon from previous games too.
Calyrex is basically a box legend. The Crown Tundra. Calyrex
Yeah, I mean,
is the crown. But yeah, we'll see a lot of the Pokemon that have made headlines in the past as the box legendaries, as they're called. Pokemon on the box art for the game. And we'll see those Pokemon are paired with any Pokemon available in Scarlet, Violet, the Teal Mask, and the Indigo Disc, excepting mythical Pokemon.
That's right. Mythical Pokemon are not allowed to be brought into tournaments today, mostly because they are just not easy to really get a hold of, but that's okay. The roster of Pokemon that trainers have to choose from is plenty to make some really creative strategies that when they choose their one restricted Pokemon, they can either make a team that really complements that Pokemon, supports them, or makes them even stronger out on the battlefield.
Absolutely. If there's one thing I know about Florida locals, is that we have some extremely creative players. We have a lot of players who take good cores that have already been established and give their own twists to it to bring them just that one step further to really clutch up.
Absolutely. With our players, they coming up with their unique strategies. Some of them like to just go with the flow and go with one core and just go as aggressive as they can into it. Some players, they like to go for balance and make sure that they have a wide net of different strategies that they can cover against.
And as you were saying earlier, the Florida players love their horses, but we always see different Pokemon paired with those horses. Those horses being some of the most popular restricted Pokemon here in Reg G.
Absolutely. And if it's not the two horses, there's always been a lot of usage in the Miraidon, the legendary for Pokemon Violet, for its strong attacks with the electric terrain boosted. And then you got Koraidon, who's been making a lot more appearances lately between locals and regional events. No doubt about that, it's catching a lot of players' attention to either make their adjustments into their game plan, or they just want to use it to try it for themselves and see how much damage it can actually do.
Absolutely. Well, it may have been overlooked at the start of the regulation, and it does have its weaknesses. It definitely cannot deny the sheer power that Koraidon brings to the table, and that Sunny Day it can set up to enable a lot of devastating teammates.
Absolutely. With that Orical composability, it sets up the Sun, which is great because that helps out all of its partner Pokemon in the past Paradox Pokemon like Fluttermane and Screamtail. And then it's not even just has to be that, it just boosts up the power of fire type attacks, which a great partner with Koraidon being Pokemon like Entei or Chi-Yu, who just love doing as much damage as they can with every bit of support that they can get with Sun, Helping Hand, Choice Band, whatever you need, just to be able to knock out more Pokemon as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. Now, one thing that's interesting is we were discussing earlier how Kyogre recently got its first and to date only regional or international championship victory at the Puerto Rico special event. We'll be interested to see whether any other unconventional Pokemon or restricteds end up making it to the top today.
Now, I tell you, I see some Florida players, they like to be really creative. I've seen a few interesting teams out there with the White Kyurem and the Duskmane Necrozma. Now, I'll be honest, I can't tell you much about Necrozma, but I've seen White Kyurem. They go on for these snow teams. They go for choice specs. They have a snow setup with their partner Ninetales, and it does so much damage to unprepared players. And even then, if it's not KOing, it has a chance to freeze your opponents, which makes it all more challenging to go in facing against off these teams.
Absolutely. It's a tough matchup to play because some Pokemon, like Koraidon and Zamazenta especially, really well into Kyurem. But if Kyurem players can prepare well enough for those tough matchups, they can absolutely steamroll games with those devastating, as you said, RNG-heavy Blizzard.
Absolutely. One thing that I've been noticing lately is that there has been a drop in Zamazenta players lately, no doubt about it, after the players noticing the usage stats at the Stockholm Regionals just last weekend, where there were only, I believe I read online, there was only one Zamazenta in all of Day 2.
Which is something that Calyrex and Terapagos really like to hear. Those Pokemon that like to click spread moves, or those Pokemon that are weak to fighting, very much like to see that Zamazenta has fallen off a little bit. It'll be interesting to see how many Zamazentas show up here today, and whether or not some of those Pokemon that would normally be blocked by Zamazenta make it farther in their runs.
Now, Zamazenta or not, there are still so many heavy damage dealers in this format right now. I would like to see if we have a Groudon, personally. I've always seen it as more of just like a bit of nostalgia, seeing how it sets up the Sun, and its best friend Jumpluff likes to go for all the statuses. It can help it with the Tailwind or do Sleep Power, just, really nail in the opponents. Well, you try, I'll be very honest, get the Precipice Blades with your Groudon, and if not, you have so much control. And Groudon can be really tricky to go against because it still has a lot of defense. And we will see what we...
And we're going to get right into round one. Maybe. I don't know. Are we going to get right into round one?
I think so. I see two players already taking to their seats. We got round one. It will be against Matthew Laughlin and Anthony Esposito.
Excellent. And did we see Matthew on that board of top players earlier?
I don't believe so. Neither have I seen Anthony, but I still know. I've played both of those players. They are very skilled. So we are sure to see a really good round one match.
Excellent. That's what we always want to see, right? Is talented players and creative teams. So, what restricted Pokemon are you hoping to see aside from Groudon?
Ooh, I don't know about Groudon. I love that thing, but I'm always just love to see just anyone bring something creative, new, but just that players have to be on their toes about, especially with things like I mentioned before, the Hiram or the Necrozma, because uncommon choices like that are what make the game more interesting, because you gotta know how to adapt into those scenarios where you're not usually thinking about those Pokemon ahead of time.
Absolutely. It's always interesting to see how these common meta teams have to adapt their play styles to unconventional teams with unconventional restricted Pokemon. We can see that here we've got Anthony running Zamazenta and Matthew running also Zamazenta. What was that you were just saying about Zamazenta falling off and being less common?
Ooh, it seems like not in Florida it's not falling off, maybe elsewhere, but we got a strong player base who loves Zamazenta around here, no doubt for its great defensive roles in many battles.
Now, a really interesting thing to note here is that Anthony is running the Raikou and Matthew is running the Raging Bulb. We've got a little bit of a past versus present matchup going on here.
It seems like a very creative idea right there. That's what I'm talking about earlier. Like, you don't see Raikou in many battles lately, so we gotta see what it can do. Its Choice Scarf, which looks like it'd be very interesting because its main attacks are Volt Switch and Thunderbolt, but it has Snarl and it has Howl.
Looks like that Howl is going to be there to boost Zamazenta. Notice that Zamazenta has that Behemoth Bash instead of that Heavy Slam, which will help it against that Raging Bolt. And it also seems like that Howl will boost the Chien Pao and the Entei. That Choice Band Terra Normal Extreme Speed Entei is going to be devastating against an unprepared team, especially at +1 attack.
Now, what I'm thinking right now, if you got the Raikou, it's setting up the Howls, and then partnering with the Entei, it's Choice Banded. Go for it. Doesn't even have to be the Terra Normal boosted Extreme Speed. A Sacred Fire that's already boosted from Choice Band and a Howl boost will do devastating amounts of damage into any opponents.
Absolutely, and we noticed that Matthew Zamazenta appears to be Terra Grass. Unlike the conventional Terra Dragon, this one is not going to be able to Terra out of those Sacred Fires and Flare Blitzes from Entei. It's going to lead to a very interesting position depending on how Anthony prepares his Entei.
Now, Matthew did bring a Pelipper with him, so, and with Anthony not bringing any weather control, my guess is that this rain will be here to stay and help with any Sacred Fires that Anthony might bring to the table.
We have it up on screen now, our two players preparing for their round one. You can see, as you were mentioning, we've got a little bit of a rain team on one hand with that Landorus Sandsear Storm. It sure does. We've got the electric types, we've got that Rain Setter, we've got that Sandsear Storm that increases its accuracy to 100% or unmissable in rain. We've got that Amoonguss, that Zamazenta that are really going to appreciate the reduction in fire load.
Now, Anthony's team, the more I look at it, it just makes you think this man must really love Johto. He's got the legendary dogs in one way or another. He also has a Fluttermane on his team.
Absolutely. With that he's got the, like you were saying, he's got the full Ancient Beast tree. He's got that Raikou, he's got that Entei, he's got that Walking Wake. It's going to be interesting to see. You would not expect that Walking Wake to fit super well with the rest because it's leftovers substitute Walking Wake. Very interesting. I don't know if I've ever seen a bulky or defensive Walking Wake before.
I can't say I have either. Most of the Walking Wakes I've ever come across in my days are usually the choice specs, and then they just go for as much damage as they can, especially with their partners like Koraidon or just a Sunsetter in general. So we'll have to see what can possibly a Walking Wake do for Anthony in this battle if he chooses to bring it.
Absolutely. And another thing to note is that Hydro Steam, while we were talking about the fire moves from Entei being weakened by the rain, Walking Wake's Hydro Steam is going to be boosted by that rain.
That's the interesting thing about Hydro Steam, is that regardless of sun or rain, it can do extra damage into your opponents.
And we can see here we have on screen Matthew's team. You can take a look. We've got that Assault Vest Raging Ball, which is going to do a very good job of taking a lot of hits from any special attackers from that Fluttermane and that Walking Wake, who it does have a type disadvantage against them. Also got, again, that Pelipper with the Wide Guard and the Helping Hand, along with that Weather Ball and that Hurricane. That means it's going to be very good at increasing its teammates' damage. As we were saying, it's got that boost to that Sandsear Storm, We can also see it using that helping hand to further increase the power of Sandstorm, which it looks like is scarfed actually, so it's going to be faster than normal as well as being more accurate.
That's going to be very tricky because I believe... Oh, okay. It seems like Anthony Zamazenta also has wide guard, and Matthew's Pelipper has wide guard, and his Zamazenta has wide guard. So it's going to be very tricky for any spread attacks coming from Anthony's side, which would be his Flutter Mane with the Icy Wind, which would be very good speed control as Matthew does not have any speed control on his side except for his Voice Scarf boosted Landorus. But I don't know if that's going to be able to outspeed a Flutter Mane. Depends on what kind of booster energy boosted Flutter Mane gets.
Absolutely. What's going to be really interesting in this matchup is to see how both players play their Zamazenta. Because the teams, despite having the same restricted Pokemon with basically the same moveset, the teams themselves are built completely differently with only that that Chen Pao in common between them. As we were saying earlier, it's those common meta Pokemon with super creative teams, and I'm going to be very curious to see not only how each player plays their Zamazenta, but how each player plays their Zamazenta into the others. Because Zamazenta has a really good matchup into Zamazenta.
Yeah,
since it's super effective against and weak against itself.
Absolutely. I mean, they might be forced to tear their own Pokemon if it comes to it in a late game scenario, if both of them are still around at the end of the battle.
As we were noting, both players have Pokemon that are super effective against the other player's Zamazenta's Terra. We've got that Raging Bolt's Draco Meteor for the Terra Dragon Zamazenta, which will absolutely annihilate it. We've also got that, again, Entei for the Terra Grass Zamazenta. And here we have on screen Anthony's team, which is, again, absolutely fascinating. We've got that support inner focus Raikou. I mean, can't be faked out. Not that Matthew has any fake outs. And we've got the Sacred Sword on Chen Pao, which is going to, again, help against that Zamazenta a good bit.
And I didn't know until a few weeks ago. Apparently the Sacred Sword, it can actually just slice through the Zamazenta regardless of any defense boosts that the Zamazenta may have, which would no doubt do a little bit extra damage and make sure that it can keep that Zamazenta possibly in check if it comes to that late game scenario.
Absolutely. We can see again we've got that substitute Walking Wake. You infected me with a mind virus. You keep saying absolutely at the beginning of every sentence, and now I've started doing the same thing.
Because you started doing it.
No. You did that first. Anyways, it's going to be very interesting to see how the Flutter Mane uses that booster energy. We can assume it's speed based on its support moves. That could be special attack. You never know.
It does have taunts, which is pretty interesting to see. I mean, I know it's a bit rare to see taunts on a Flutter Mane. They will go for some kind of a status move, usually just one attack, Icy Wind, and then I've seen taunts, I've seen Thunder Wave, and even some that just say, you know what, forget all that. I'm just going to go for the Shadow Ball, get some extra coverage, especially against like a Shadow Rider.
All right, so we can see Matthew has led off with that Scarf Landorus and that AV Raging Bolt, while Anthony is leading off with that bulky defensive Walking Wake and that, as we were saying, booster speed Flutter Mane.
Now, I don't know if this Flutter Mane finds it necessary to go for the Icy Wind right now, but at the very least, it can go for a Moonblast, possibly, into the Raging Bolt, get some extra damage, possibly maybe follow it up with a Dragon Pulse from the Walking Wake. But
absolutely. As you were saying, yeah, that Flutter Mane is going to be faster, so it's going to be able to choose its targets, and it seems like he's going to switch that Landorus straight out into Zamazenta, removing its weaknesses, or that slot's weaknesses, to Walking Wake's Hydro Steam and to the Moonblast.
Seems like we are going for a Terastallization already into the Raging Bolt. It will be Terra Electric, remove any weaknesses it had while it was being a Dragon type, which will be very helpful potentially from any oncoming Moonblast. A Protect from the Flutter Mane. Interesting move right there as he... Oh, a double Protect. Looks like Anthony wants to scout out to see what Matthew will do this turn.
And it looks like it was a solid play. You've now baited out the Terastallization and you forced the Landorus out. The question is, how is Anthony going to play from here? What exactly does he want to do to get this ball rolling now that he's got a little bit of momentum, now that he's got his stronger Pokemon with good matchups in and he doesn't have any particular weaknesses? The question is, how is he going to handle his opponent's team?
the Zamazenta on Matthew's side seems free to go for attack, especially in that Flutter Mane. That can't Terra out. It is already gone for Protect this turn, so Anthony's only choice is possibly stay in, take a hit, potentially, or switch out into something that he feels comfortable with. Maybe taking a resisted hit, who knows? And then we got the... Oh, and we got a Moonblast going straight into the Zamazenta. Did some decent damage, but the Heavy Slam will just take out the Flutter Mane immediately right there.
Yeah, that's a devastating attack. A little bit of damage. Maybe it was a failed read, or maybe it was just trying to get some extra damage on that Zamazenta, because with the Hydro Steam, it's going to put that Zamazenta below half. It's going to make it much easier for the rest of Anthony's team to clean it up.
Ooh, a critical hit from the Raging Bolt with the Terra boosted electric Volt Switch into the Walking Wake, doing almost 80% of its HP, pivoting straight into the Landorus.
And that just goes to show how bulky this Walking Wake is, that it was able to survive a critical Terra electric Volt Switch from Raging Bolt. That thing is a powerhouse. It's nearly restricted in itself. Now we've got that Scarf Landorus back in on the other side.
Anthony bringing in the Chien-Pao after losing his Flutter Mane will be pretty good into either of these Pokemon that Matthew has on his side of the field right now. Potentially a Ice Skull Crash into Landorus or a Sacred Sword into Zamazenta. Matthew has already used his Terrestrialization on the Raging Bolt, so he cannot make any adjustments on that end right now.
Yeah, so the question is, what does this Landorus want to do? Is it going to get out of there and break the Focus Sash with a U-turn? Or is it going to stay in and get some massive damage with an Earth Power Sand Storm?
Seems to me like Matthew is ready to go for a potential U-turn into the Walking Way. Do just some damage, pivot out again, and maybe possibly get a knockout. And no, it did not do enough.
Quite enough, no. That Zamazenta went for Protect, which, as you said, is going to protect it from that Sacred Sword. It's going to give him a chance to do whatever he wants with that other slot. And he's going to go straight back into that Terra Electric Raging Ball. You're going to see it take a Hydro Steam, which is neutral thanks to the Terra, but excuse me, still does very little damage overall.
Yeah, that Assault Vest is not doing a lot, helping the Raging Bull out a lot. Did not take a lot of damage that past turn. That Raging Bull is pretty free to go for any attack, while it does not. All of its Dragon weaknesses are removed right now.
Absolutely, and crucially, its Ice weaknesses. Chien-Pao does not threaten it nearly as much as it would like to.
I think Anthony might be interested. He might go for his Sacred Sword right now. He can get rid of the Zamazenta sooner, and oh yes he does, and it knocks it out impressively.
There goes the Zamazenta. You know all 4 Pokemon on Anthony's team yet?
I do not believe so. We have not seen if he has brought his Zamazenta yet, but oof, that Terra Electric boosted Volt Switch is just doing so much damage, especially into that.
Yeah, it's going to do more than just break the sash. It's going to bring that thing down to the red, deep in it too.
But we still have Walking Wake, who I do not believe has attack. Oh, no, it has attack. That's correct. It went for the Protect this turn. Getting some leftovers back, try to do what it can to stay around a little bit longer in this battle, but I don't know how much more it can do. Matthew seems to have a pretty speedy team, and even then, Matthew's team is just doing so much damage that it's going to be hard for Anthony to really adjust into this battle.
Yeah, the speed here is really interesting because you've got the priority Sucker Punch on Chien-Pao and the priority Thunderclap on the Raging Ball.
They are looking square at each other, ready to see who wants to fire off first into this next turn. Maybe get a quick knockout potentially. See where we can go from there.
Yeah, and that's the thing, as much as Matthew has lost his Zamazenta, he has lost that restricted Pokemon, he does still have Pokemon that can do a serious amount of damage to that Zamazenta on the other team, assuming that's Pokemon.
Thunderclap does knock out the Chien-Pao right there, and the Earth Power knocks out the Walking Wake. So now Anthony, I believe, is down to his last 2 Pokemon, or no, that's right, his Flutter Mane was also knocked out. So we have just his Zamazenta left. It is going to be very tricky for Anthony to recover, but I do believe he still has his terrestrialization in the back.
He does. He does still have that Terra Grass, which is going to help him resist those Earth powers and any potential boosted electric move, Raging Bolt. It's going to be very helpful, but we haven't seen Matthew's 4th Pokemon yet. It could still be that Qian Pao, which is still effective against Grass-type Oh no, sorry, this is the Dragon one. Either way, it's still not weak to Earth Power, and it's still vulnerable to a potential Qian Pao Ice move. But now, not only does it resist electric moves, it is also very vulnerable to Dragon moves from Raging Bolt. It looks like that's exactly what it's going to go for, and that's just going to end the game right then and there.
That Qian Pao, that Zamazenta couldn't really do much on its own like that, even after going for a Terra Dragon right then and there. So it's going to need a lot more support if it wants to be able to make any knockouts into this next battle.
Yeah, we can see past has triumphed over present today, or so far at least, with that Raging Bolt surpassing the Raikou that did not end up coming into the battle. It's going to be very interesting to see what adaptations Anthony makes to try and prevent Raging Bolt from running over his team again. That Scarf Lando is very, very scary for his team, because it threatens super effective damage against the Zamazenta and is just faster than anything else, except for that Flutter Mane, which, again, the issue with Flutter Mane having its speed from booster speed, Lando can switch in and out and maintain its speed advantage. Flutter Mane gets one shot, and then it's, toast.
No doubt about it, with the Flutter Mane, it didn't really accomplish much in this first battle. It did some good damage into the Zamazenta, but immediately was knocked out by one Steel-type attack. So maybe Anthony might want to adjust, see if he can bring something that can better hit Matthew's team into the next battle. Maybe he don't need speed control for this next battle. Might need to just be able to find something other way around to break Matthew's team.
Yeah, the issue is, like we were saying, that Raikou and that Entei are super interesting picks. The issue is they're also both extremely vulnerable to Earth Powers and Sandsteer Storms from that Landorus. It is going to be a huge threat into Anthony's. We've already seen just the pressure it put on, forcing Anthony to play very defensively that first game. So we're going to have to see how Anthony can adapt to handle this unique threat.
I tell you that game one right there, Anthony was being very protective of his team. He wanted to just try to scout, stall out to see what he can do. Maybe just to get an idea of what Matthew's team is really capable of,
well,
so
we
he can make
have
better.
A good idea now, huh?
Yeah, and then maybe he can make some better adjustments into game two, and then possibly be able to seal this whole round.
So as I was saying in the beginning, Raging Bolt is basically restricted itself. It ended up getting more KOs and threatening more damage than Zamazenta did.
All right, game two. We have different leads right now. We have the Landorus and Amoonguss versus the Qian Pao and Zamazenta.
Interesting. I'm curious what exactly Anthony wants to do with this, because it does do a little bit better into that Landorus, because it can't click Sandsteer Storm anymore. But Anthony can't really threaten the Landorus because Amoonguss's Rage Powder would completely protect it.
Exactly. Amoonguss could possibly go for a Terra right now, which would make it much harder for this Qian Pao to be able to do damage into the... Oh, I'm lost.
Fine, use your Mind Palace.
There we go.
See, I can see it right now with my eyes closed. We can see the Amoonguss and the Landorus are still on the field. The Amoonguss, we're going to see it might go for a Spore to try and neutralize one of the big threats on the enemy team. It might go for that Rage Powder to protect its teammate Landorus. We're just going to have to see.
Qian Pao is probably Anthony's real hope to being able to knock out this Landorus. And with Amoonguss on the field, it's going to be, he is going for Protect.
Well, if the Landorus went for a U-turn, that is a great play.
He's just going for the double Protect, the same move he made in game one, no doubt.
Absolutely. Now, this is still very useful. We can see we now scouted out what the Landorus is going for. It is now choice locked into U-turn. Has to go for that. And we can see the Amoonguss did go for the Spore this turn into the Zamazenta, trying to neutralize that threat for 1 to 3 turns.
Exactly. This Zamazenta on Anthony's side is not Terra Grass, unlike Matthews. So he is free to spore into whatever target he wants to. He's going to terrastalize his... Matthew's going to terrastalize his Amoonguss into the Terra water because he knows he can take hits from either of those two opposing Pokemon on Anthony's side of the field and be able to do whatever status moves he wants between Rage Powder or the Spore.
Absolutely. Now, an interesting thing to note is that this does make Amoonguss a little bit more vulnerable to those Sword of Ruin body presses from Zamazenta. I don't know if it's enough to KO it in one hit, but it certainly does make it considerably more vulnerable.
All right, so we see that Matthew was able to pull off a U-turn. Looks like it was into the Chien-Pao. He is going to switch into his own Zamazenta right now.
It's certainly a good way to resist Ice-type moves.
Get that Donka shield boost, and the Chien-Pao goes straight for an Ice Spinner into the Amoonguss. No doubt a good prediction on Matthew's end.
Going to be very little damage.
Ooh, and the Behemoth Bash is just not doing damage to this Amoonguss. And now here comes the Spore. Anthony's in a really tight spot right now, while Matthew seems to have all the momentum in this battle.
Absolutely. It looks like that Zamazenta took more damage from the Rocky Helmet than the Terra Water Amoonguss did from Behemoth Bash. But now we get to see, now the Zamazenta still needs to deal with that Chien-Pao, but because Amoonguss can just go for Rage Powder and force a resisted Ice Spinner or a non-stab Sacred Sword from the Chien-Pao, we get to see what exactly it wants to do. Or the Zamazenta could just go for a super effective body press, again, Sword of Ruin boosted, into that enemy Zamazenta.
I guess at this rate, because we see Anthony is in a lot of trouble right now. He's got his Chien-Pao at less than half HP, and he goes for a Sacred Sword into the Zamazenta, doing as much damage as he can, while this Matthews, oh my goodness, it just knocks it out.
That's just gonna KO. I guess it's the power of that +1 stab, super effective Sword of Ruin boosted body press. It's gonna finish it off, and that Chien-Pao, he's a little tired after these 3 turns on the field. It's time for him to take a little nippy nap.
I tell you, he's been working so hard in his bout. He's trying his best. You know, sometimes you just gotta shut your eyes, go for a little nap on the battlefield. But we will see what Anthony can do to adjust after losing his Zamazenta so quickly into this game too.
We're going to see that Entei. Heck yeah, I'm very excited to see what this does. This is in a decent position because that Zamazenta cannot Terra Grass, and while that Amoonguss does have that that Terra of its own, the Entei can also go, well actually it can go Terra Normal, it does not have the Terra Grass, so it is still susceptible to that Rage Powder. That's something it needs to think about. It has to lock itself into a move. It can either go super effective into the Zamazenta and risk being resisted by the Amoonguss, or it can go neutral into the Amoonguss, be resisted by the Zamazenta. We are not going to see the Terra the Terra Normal come out from the Entei this turn.
Looks like the Amoonguss just wants to go straight for the Rage Powder because it knows that it can take any Sacred Fires that it wants to. Body Press from Zamazenta does like 95% to that Entei.
It's a very good thing he did not go for the Terra Normal. That would have lost him his third or second Pokemon right out the gate.
Exactly. That Rocky Helmet damage, that does add up and can make battles really tricky if you go straight into a move that will knock out your Pokemon.
We're going to see that Entei switch out to try and save itself just a little bit longer, prevent any spores, prevent dying to Body Press, and we see the Flutter Mane come in. That will be immune to any potential Body Presses if the Zamazenta decided to try and finish off the Entei that way.
Looks like another Rage Powder from the Amoonguss. My guess is that he's going to just... Matthew's just thinking, you know, there's not much he can do at this point. He didn't know that Flutter Mane was in the back. So Body Press is not going to do any damage this turn, but Flutter Mane, it's faster than the Zamazenta, is ready to dish out any extra damage it can do, possibly to knock out either of Matthew's Pokemon from the stage.
Another important thing to note is that Flutter Mane does have Taunt, so it can prevent future spores from Amoonguss. But that Amoonguss is just going to switch straight out into that devastating Raging Bolt.
Raging Bolt comes in, and Flutter Mane does protect. And Matthew also protects his Zamazenta. Chien-Pao Can it wake up this turn? It cannot. So
I believe that's its third full turn of sleep, correct?
I believe so. It's either second or third full turn of sleep. So we'll be waking up next turn, and then that can give Matthew into a better position. What possibly doing a Icicle Crash into the Raging Bolt, and a Terastallization from Anthony right now. He is going for the Terra Fairy into the Flutter Mane right now.
That makes sense. You need to get as much damage as you can off with that thing, because if you can't, it's going to go down to a Heavy Slam, and it's going to put Anthony in a very rough position. It's the Thunderclap is going to be the first thing to move, though. It's going to KO that Qianpao before it can wake up. It's that Amoonguss really put it to a tremendously long sleep.
And the Moonblast goes actually into the Raging Bolt, surprisingly, and then the Heavy Slam just knocks out the Flutter Mane in one hit.
So all Anthony has left is that 5% HP Choice Lock to Entei. I don't know if I think... I much as I love the Triple Beasts team, I don't think Entei has what it takes to clutch this one up. Given if it hits the Amoonguss, it's just going to go down to the Rocky Helmet chip.
As much as Anthony had his heart in this battle with a very creative team, it just was not enough to defeat Matthew in this battle, and Matthew is just going to take our game one.
Now, that Terra Electric Raging Bolt and that Choice Scarf Landorus with that Terra Water Amoonguss are just going to put so much pressure on Anthony's team that it seems like he's going to be unable to make it out of this one in one piece.
But you know, it's okay. We still have a few more rounds. Anthony can pick it up if he wins a few more matches in the next few rounds.
Absolutely. I will be very interested to see how far this Beasts team can go.
Just losing one battle does not mean that it's over, so we will see if possibly maybe he can make some adjustments throughout the rest of the day. I would still love to hear more about him later to tell me about what his process was in creating this very interesting team.
Absolutely. I think this was just a really rough matchup. Again, that Choice Scarf Landorus and that Terra Water Amoonguss really put an egregious amount of pressure on all of those ground weak and fire attacking Pokemon on Anthony's team. That's one of the things about Reg G is it's very matchup dependent. You have to have a very adaptable team if you want to be able to handle the varying threats that are going to be on the enemy team.
I tell you, the power levels in Regulation G, you have to make the most out of every move that you make in these battles, because one wrong move or one wrong prediction can be the end of one of your Pokemon.
Or one full 3-turn sleep.
Oh man, I tell you, that was really tough to see right there. Full 3 turns of sleep, and that poor Qianpao just could not do what Anthony wanted it to do in that past round.
And the fact that Matthew was just able to completely ignore it. He didn't have to target it. He didn't have to worry about a Sacred Sword. He didn't have to worry about an Ice Spinner. He was just able to sit there and pretend it did not exist because it was just so tired, man.
Like, he just Matthew was still able to, piggyback off of the Sword of Ruins ability and do extra damage into all those opposing partner Pokemon next to the Qianpao right there, getting easy knockouts. Especially, I was surprised to see Anthony's Zamazenta get knocked out immediately from one body press.
Absolutely. That Sword of Ruin is a double-edged sword. Sword of Ruin taketh and Sword of Ruin giveth.
Exactly.
Anyways, I will be very excited to see how far Matthew is able to take this team. That normally when you see a Landorus, it's got that Life Orb to really boost the power of moves like Sandsteer, Earth Power, and Sludge Bomb. So it's interesting to see a Choice Scarf one. Very curious to see how far that'll take it, and if that unconventional tick pick, we already saw that relatively unconventional pick put in a lot of work against this team with a good matchup. It'll be interesting to see how other teams prepare for or adapt to something that you don't see very often that is already proven to be a good off-meta pick.
Exactly. That Choice Scarf. Oh. Choice Scarf is pretty tricky to go into because it already has so much power between the sheer force and that it can just think, you know what? I'm already strong enough. I'm going to go for the Choice Scarf, get an extra edge with the speed boosts, and then be able to hit the unsuspecting opponents. Especially that Zamazenta, it will be very hard to adjust when have something that can just outspeed you and then knock you out with a special ground type attack, which are pretty rare to find. That's what makes Landorus so special into these battles.
Absolutely. And we can already see normally Qian Pao as an ice type is a really good matchup against Landorus, right? That powerful Sacred Sword and that ice move that's 4 times effective either forces a Terra from Landorus or just threatens it off the field entirely. That matchup got completely flipped by that Scarf U-turn, actually threatening the 2-hit KO on Qian Pao instead, doing enough damage that a Thunderclap, even without the Terra, was still able to finish off the Qian Pao. That was completely able to reverse the roles of those Pokemon.
All right, and it looks like we are going to take a short break, but be back in a little bit for our round 2.
Stay tuned, folks.
Have a good one. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to round 2 now of the Versus Games Pokemon VGC League Challenge here in Oviedo, Florida. My name is Brendan, and my co-host next to me
Is Ethan. I don't know why the thingy says Jay. That is not my first name. Anyways, yes, we are back with round 2. The numbers are in. We have 18 players with 5 rounds of Swiss and a top 8. We are going into round 2 of 5 now, so we'll be interested to see what made it past the first round, what may have had a bad matchup, or what may just not have had its day.
looks like we got round 2 coming up, and it will be Jonathan Martin versus Ryan Gordon. Now, I remember Jonathan, he was on that sheet from earlier today as a contender. He has a lot of championship points going on in this VGC season right now. I believe over 400, or if not, just barely under, but he is very close. He is on his way to possibly making it to the World Championship.
Absolutely, he is a proven and tested contender, and we're going to see how well he does today. I don't know how well he did at Rockledge yesterday. Numbers in front of me, but we have seen he's clearly, you do not get that many championship points without being a talented player. So we'll be interested to see what he's bringing today, how he's going to use it to claim a few more points, one more notch on his belt.
All right, looks like we got Jonathan. Oh, I've seen this team before. He likes using the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and he likes using it with Weezing because Weezing's neutralizing gas ability does not actually stop Calyrex Shadow Riders as one ability. So he can just keep doing damage and makes it harder for his opponents to adapt.
Another interesting thing to note is that both players seem to have a Roaring Moon and an Ogerpon Hearthflame.
Right. So let's see. Oh, we got Jonathan's team right here, right now. He's got Roaring Moon with the Tailwind to give his team a little extra speed just in case anything gets a little out of hand against opposing fast Pokemon. Has the Weezing, has Taunt on hand, so no immediate poison gas attacks, no need statuses, so he is just, but he can stack them up with the Toxic Spikes.
And one thing that's very interesting to note is that when we see this Toxic Spikes Galarian Weed Calyrex Shadow Rider, it's paired with Dondozo, but today we're not going to see that.
Now we got Ryan's team right here. He has the Calyrex Ice Rider, so it's a battle of the horses today. And again, we see the Ogerpon and the Roaring Moon. I believe Jonathan's team also have the Urshifuan, and both of them have the Rapid Strike, so they are very similarly prepared for these battles.
But an important thing to note is that Jonathan's Ursh has that safety goggles preventing Amoonguss from clicking that Rage Powder or that Spore into it effectively.
What's nice is that this Amoonguss, for Jonathan, it does not have a Rocky helmet, so he doesn't have to take as many risks potentially going for surging strikes into the Amoonguss without taking any unnecessary chip damage in the process.
And another thing, that Landorus, as we were discussing that last game, it's more traditional for Landorus to have that Life Orb with that defensive terror for helping against water and ice-type moves, and that is what we're going to see here today. Team.
I tell you, I gotta actually be a little surprised right there, because that Landorus was Terra Water. You don't see that very often. I'm usually just seeing them, they have their Life Orb, they have their Sheer Force. They just wouldn't do as much damage as possible. Maybe they go for the Terra Poison, so that way they can also boost up their Sludge Bomb attacks. But going for a defensive one with the Landorus is pretty interesting. My guess is that this Landorus might potentially be a little more bulky than we're usually seeing.
Yeah, and given that given how the popularity of Urshifu Rapid Strike and of Calyrex Ice Rider, that Terra Water is going to be very helpful for this Landorus. We're going to see, to start out with, we've got the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Iron Hands on Jonathan's. We've got the Urshifu and the Roaring Moon on Ryan's team. That Roaring Moon uses booster speed or booster energy to increase its speed, meaning in its acrobatics is going to get boosted, and it's going to be the fastest thing on the field by a good margin, threatening powerful knockoff into that Calyrex Shadow Rider.
It looks to me like Jonathan is not very scared of this Roaring Moon at the moment, but that's probably mostly because he already has a Fake Out ready to go into that Roaring Moon slot right now, so he can do a free Astral Barrage essentially into, and he goes to the Protect on the Urshifu.
As you were saying, that fake out's putting on a lot of pressure, but that Urshifu is not going to just sit there and take that Astral Barrage, which does come out. We're going to see probably not going to do very much into the Roaring Moon as it's a resisted hit, but that's still a Calyrex Shadow Rider Astral Barrage. That's still going to do a good chunk of damage, probably about a quarter.
About 20-25%. Saying that's not bad, but now Jonathan has to figure out what he wants to do this next turn. He could.
Now, yeah, he does
Ooh.
crucially have Encore. He could lock that Urshifu into Detect, which he really does not want to be locked into, but you do have to, you would then be brought probably to your Focus Sash by that Roaring Moon, but that Roaring Moon could also just go for a Tailwind, and that Urshifu would be faster and wouldn't be Encored anyway. So it's a very, both players have a lot of options on the table here. It's going to be very interesting to see what reads are made, how both players adapt.
No electric moves I'm noticing on the Iron Hands right now, which isn't very important as it seems like Jonathan's main prime target is to get the Roaring Moon, but oh, he is just going to let it go down.
Yeah, the Aqua Jet plus that knockoff is going to bypass that Focus Sash and prevent that Urshifu being Encore. It's going to take a good chunk, it's going to take a little over half from the Iron Hands low kick, but that's still a pretty good trade for Ryan there. A little bit of damage on the Urshifu in exchange for removing the enemy Calyrex. And remember, Calyrex Ice Rider, he's weak to Calyrex Shadow Rider. So removing what is arguably the biggest threat to your restricted on the enemy team, that being their restricted, is a huge turn for Ryan.
Maybe Jonathan just didn't see the Calyrex Shadow Rider doing very much into this current matchup right now. I mean, he still has the Roaring Moon out on the battlefield, and Jonathan only has the Astral Barrage and the Psychic, so either way, that Calyrex was not doing a lot of damage into the Roaring Moon. And frankly, Ryan just made a really good adjustment, just going for immediate damage, trying to knock it out right there.
Now we see the Tailwind get set up, and the Surging Strikes into the Iron Hands. It's going to do a good chunk of damage, but it's not going to do that much. Iron Hands, I mean, it's still did over half. Iron Hands is a very bulky Pokemon, but Urshifu with that Mystic Water especially is still devastating.
Roaring Moon does go down to the close combat from Jonathan's Urshifu, and even then, we saw back then just a moment ago, Surging Strikes did a little bit over 50% into the Iron Hands, but this low kick is going to knock out the Ryan's Urshifu on his side also, so he has lost both of his Pokemon this one turn.
Yeah, we can see the tides of battle change very swiftly. We went from Ryan having a big advantage, getting rid of that Calyrex, to immediately next turn losing both of his Pokemon, but he does get up the Tailwind, and he does still have his Terra in the back. He decided not to bring his Calyrex Ice Rider at all, instead opting for the Landorus and for that Terra, or that potential Terra Ogerpon Hearthflame. What does the Terra Ogerpon Hearthflame do again?
Now, the Terraflame, when Ogerpon terrestrializes, it turns into a pure fire type, but it also gets a attack boost from its ability, which can do extra damage into either Jonathan's remaining Pokemon right now.
We gotta remember that Urshifu on Jonathan's team is at -1 defense from the close combat, and it is not Focus Sash, so it would be very susceptible. It would probably go down to an Earth Power from that Life Orb Landorus, but it would definitely go down to a Grass move, +1 Hearthflame. But we do not see the Hearthflame go for that Terra to get the +1. We instead see Landorus going for a Terra Water.
Interesting choice right there. He is going for whatever he can to maybe possibly take a few extra hits from the opposing Urshifu Rapid Strike, take a few Surging Strikes, and see what he can do to pick up any remaining momentum in this game. He down to his last 2 Pokemon. He did not bring the restricted Pokemon, but Jonathan doesn't have his either, and most of his Pokemon are not at good health right now. Urshifu is still at -1 in its special defense, so it will not be having a good time either in this current matchup right now.
Now, and an important thing to note is that Jonathan does still have that Iron Hand with Fake Out in the back. One of the reasons that Ryan may have gone for the Terra Water on that Landorus is to make sure that if Fake Out pressure and the Iron Hands came out, that Landorus would not go down do a Surging Strike from Urshifu, nor would a Terra Fire Hearthflame. Because without the Terra Fire, Hearthflame is only neutral.
Ooh. And there goes the Iron Hands right there with the Earth Power. That switch was made very difficult now. And
Seems I may have spoken a little too soon about Iron Hand's fake out pressure, huh?
no.
Tried to pivot it back in, ended up getting brutally punished.
But at the very least, Urshifu's come back in. It has its stats reset, so it can still freely do strong attacks, not having to worry about getting easily knocked out while it was previously at -1.
And how
Special
many
defense.
turns of Tailwind does Ryan have left? I believe 2, correct?
Well, I believe so. Either 2 or 1 turns left, but Ryan seems to have a really good position in this late game right now.
It looks like that Ogerpon on Jonathan's team went for the double protect, did not get it, allowing that Landorus to kill it for free. Now it is just one lone full health Urshifu versus a Pokemon that is super effective against it and a Pokemon that resists its strongest move.
Interestingly, I'm noticing now that Ryan's Ogerpon has the Horn Leech instead of the Wood Hammer, so possibly this Ogerpon is a little extra defensive. It might even possibly be able to take a potential water attack from this Ogerpon right now, but we'll have to see what Jonathan wants to do. He seems very undecisive about what he wants to do, but he's possibly also just thinking, you know, I can win this battle. I'm going to save my energy and think about what I want to do in the following battles.
Yeah, because while a Terra Water Surging Strikes might be enough to get rid of that Ogerpon, it also, Ogerpon has a higher base speed. Whether it's EV to be faster than Urshifu or not is still up to the air. But we can see Jonathan has simply decided to give up for this one. We're going to see how he decides to change up his game plan for round 2.
A little surprising. I don't believe, did he press at all in that first game right there?
No, he did not. That's why he still had his Terra at that last turn, but he just must have decided it was not going to be enough to deal with the, again, that Terra water on that Landorus ended up being very useful because it ended up allowing him to resist the potential Surging Strikes, and wasn't going to be enough for Jonathan to solo clutch with Urshifu.
I tell you, it was pretty interesting right there. I mean, I never see the Terra Water. It was a really good choice at this late game scenario because then he was able to take all of those Surging Strikes at the end right there when it mattered most for Jonathan. But
Absolutely.
that's okay because I think Jonathan right now, he sees what he has to do for this game 2. Might make some adjustments. Probably not, my guess is probably not going to bring that Calyrex Shadow Rider right away, seeing as that Roaring Moon is out and it cannot do a lot of damage. Well, Roaring Moon is free to set up Tailwinds and knockoffs in Jonathan's party.
Yeah, that Roaring Moon did a lot of work for Ryan. Not only did it KO the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but it also got up the Tailwind that ended up forcing Jonathan onto the back foot for the rest of the game. So we're probably going to see that again from Ryan. The question is, will he bring the Calyrex Ice Rider? For all we know, Ryan's going to switch to leading with Amoonguss and Calyrex and go for a Trick Room.
That would be a very interesting adjustment right there. But it's like we are starting game 2 right now, and it is, I believe that's the
Yeah, it's the same
lead.
leads on both sides. Interesting. So we can see both players are going to try to do the same thing on Ryan's side. Well, what he did clearly worked. He might just be trying that again. Be trying to get some more info. Maybe not taking any big risks. Jonathan, it will be interesting to see what he does differently this first turn, since he already knows that what he did last game did not work. Also might be some very different Pokemon in the back with different abilities to help deal with the big threats on Ryan's team.
Jonathan's pretty adamant about going for the same strategy that he went for in game 1 right now.
We can see a turn 1 Terra onto the Urshifu. That's definitely not something we saw last time. So Terra Water, that's going to do a big amount of damage, especially with that Mystic Water boost to either of Jonathan's Pokemon.
My guess is that we will see what this Urshifu is capable of doing into both of Ryan's Pokemon right now.
Yeah, see an Astral Barrage come out, which Urshifu defended itself from last game. This time it's not going to take too much damage. It's going to take about 70%, but it's going to survive.
Ooh.
And it looks like that Terra Water, Mystic Water Surging Strikes is just going to be enough to OHKO the Calyrex flat out.
Wow, that is way more than expected. But I mean, between both Mystic Water Boost and the Terra Water, this Urshifu is not playing around in this battle. Ryan is going all out and getting as many KOs as he can.
It was an excellent turn for him. He anticipated once again the the fake out into the Roaring Moon, so he felt completely confident in just letting Urshifu Terra Water and take that KO.
Now, feel Ryan can keep this momentum going, and Jonathan can adapt to it.
See, he's brought out his Urshifu to try and handle this. Urshifu's a okay pick here. It is weak to Roaring Moon's acrobatics, though admittedly Roaring Moon can't Terra Flying anymore, and it resists Surging Strikes from Urshifu, but it is still vulnerable. Actually, no, I don't believe that Ryan's Urshifu has close combat. Isn't it Surging Strikes, Aqua Jet, Taunt, Detect?
I believe so.
It's a very good counter to the enemy Urshifu, though it is still vulnerable to the Roaring Moon. But we're going to see a Terra Water come out from the Iron Hands. It's going to make it a big threat because it is no longer vulnerable to anything that Urshifu can do to it, and it is still super effective against the Roaring Moon.
Much as, oh my goodness, that is doing very little damage into this Iron Hands right now. That Iron Hands is really capable of just taking these hits, and then it can probably fire off any revenge hits, possibly a Drain Punch into the Roaring Moon right now, but nope, he just goes his own Urshifu to just knock it out quickly, make sure that no more problems can happen in front of this one on Ryan's side of the field. Now we see, yes, a Drain Punch is coming out into Urshifu, knocking it out, so
getting a little bit of health back after that Surging Strikes.
Yeah, so it gets a little health back. Jonathan might be able to pick it up a little bit more in this battle after knocking out two of Ryan's Pokemon again, but pretty similar to what we saw first in game one.
It's exactly what we saw. Ryan takes out the enemy Calyrex, and then Jonathan ends up getting a double knockout. So the question is, this time the difference is, did he get Tailwind up last turn?
I feel bad. I can't
think
remember.
He did.
If he did, I mean, that's great.
Yeah, he didn't attack last turn.
I think regardless,
so the Tailwind
though,
must have gone
because
up.
both of these Pokemon on Ryan's side of the field are very speedy, so I think regardless of Tailwind or not, Ryan's Pokemon are in a very good position to take KOs right now because the Ogerpon, the Horn Leeches, Iron Hands.
But crucially, you cannot get the +1 attack from Hearthflame, or from Embody Aspect, because he's already used his Terra to take out that Calyrex. Well, Urshifu is going to go back. It is going to reset its defenses, switch into Ogerpon. That will help it take attacks from... It'll take grass attacks much better, and it'll take earth power a little bit better. It still does a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. And then an Ivy Cudgel, surprisingly, into the Iron Hands right there. I'm not sure what the game plan was that one, but...
But Low Kick still does very little damage in return to that Ogerpon. Enough damage that it can probably just heal back with a well-placed Horn Leaf. Go for that.
Exactly. That's all Ryan's Ogerpon needs to do. One Horn Leech and will be able to do major damage. It could possibly knock out the Iron Hands on its own, but it might need a little bit of extra help into this Landers. Now, from this Landers, the Landers could also just for Sandstorm.
You see a spiky shield come out from Jonathan's Ogerpon, protecting itself from the enemy Ogerpon, but leaving Iron Hands to take a lot of damage.
That was a
Ooh, and it's a double attack into the Iron Hands. The spiky shield on the Ogerpon did not end up being very useful. Iron Hands has gone down, leaving Jonathan with his last two Pokemon, that low HP Ogerpon and that full HP Urshifu.
Urshifu's coming back in now. It can do some damage. Ryan already used Crystallization earlier on his own Urshifu, so that Landers is pretty vulnerable to any Surging Strikes that might be coming his way.
Exactly, with the Surging Strikes is very good into the remainder of Ryan's. Question is, between Tailwind, can he get enough of them off before he goes down? How many Surging Strikes? Will a Surging Strikes and an Aqua Jet KO the Ogerpon? Or what will happen? Who knows? He does get the double protect on his Ogerpon, allowing him to stall one more turn of Tailwind and protecting himself from an Earth Power.
All right, and we will see he did protect his Thorn Leech, goes into Earthshield. Isn't enough to knock it out, but it does get some recovery back to full HP. And we will see how much damage can this do into the Ogerpon. Ooh,
Interestingly, the Urshifu does not target the Landers, but rather it targets the Ogerpon. Looks like it's not even going to do half. Ugh, that seems like it's a rough day to be a safety goggles Urshifu. That Mystic Water made a big difference for Ryan. Seems like Jonathan's Urshifu might be feeling a little left out here.
Ryan's Tailwind did expire this turn, but we will see what Jonathan can do, if that will be enough to help him secure this game right now. It's very late, but we got a Follow Me in from Ryan's Ogerpon.
Now that's very interesting, because if Ogerpon manages to get the KO with the neutral Ivy Cudgel, which it does not,
Wow.
interesting.
But-
And that allows Landers to finish off the Urshifu. Interestingly, the Landers is faster than Urshifu. Urshifu must not have a lot of speed investment, which allows this Ogerpon to survive just barely, and it is now on its own against both of its opponents. It looks like it's going to get the KO on the enemy Ogerpon, but I don't think it's going to be able to take.
Woodhammer, let's see if that's enough to knock that out. And it does knock out the Ogerpon, but with that such low HP left, Jonathan's own Ogerpon is probably just going to be knocked out by an Earth Power from Ryan's Landorus, and that will
that's gonna
cost
do
him
it.
the game right there.
Ryan did the same thing twice in a row, and it just kept working. Jonathan played a great game with a very interesting team, but Ryan ends up taking round 2. And he never even brought his restricted, which is such an interesting thing. Is he just never even bothered bringing that Calyrex Ice Rider. He recognized it doesn't do well against Iron Hands, doesn't do well against Calyrex Shadow Rider, doesn't do well against, or I guess it does okay. Roaring. But he just decided, you know what? There's no point, right? He has enough offensive pieces on his team. His team is so offensive to begin with again that Hearthflame and that Roaring Moon, that Landorus. None of them really support each other, but there's so many powerful and fast offensive pieces that he was just able to overwhelm his opponent, including its restricted Pokemon anyway.
It felt a little sad to see that Jonathan just couldn't make it out with his own Calyrex into this battle. It went down in the first or second turn in both battles today. But
yeah, that Encore is such an interesting move for Calyrex Shadow Rider, because it really only does need 1 or 2 attacking moves. And so the Encore would have been interesting to see what he did with that, but unfortunately that Roaring Moon and that Urshifu never let him click the buttons he wanted. Calyrex just kept going down a little too early.
I tell you, I've seen that Encore strategy before with the Calyrex. It can be pretty nasty in battles. So I'm hoping to see that as this day goes on, we will see more of the Jonathan's Calyrex carrying through possibly other Pokemon in the oncoming rounds.
Absolutely, we'll have to see, because Calyrex is, at the end of the day, Calyrex Shadow Rider is still a Calyrex Shadow Rider. Astral Barrage is still a very difficult move to deal with that does a lot of damage, and with that Weezing, it can be a serious threat, shutting down a lot of opposing Pokemon before they can get their plans into fruition. But that just did not end up being the case today. There were too many fast and powerful offensive threats that just overwhelmed it. And again, it's very impressive to see a player manage to win without their restricted Pokemon. He never brought it, and he won 2-0. So it just goes to show, even as powerful as Calyrex Ice Rider is, good play will out over a better Pokemon any day.
Exactly. You don't need your Pokemon to win every battle. You just need the right strategy. And obviously, like Ryan was able to make great adjustments in the battle with just using his one Urshifu to just knock it out. That game 2 with between both Terra Water and the Mystic Water boost. But
And here we have Calyrex Shadow Rider's Pokemon profile. We can see that, again, in its top 6 moves are mostly just Ghost and Psychic attacking moves. Also that Draining Kiss. But Encore is not in those top 6 moves, which again is why it was so interesting to see that come out here today, even if it never did get a chance to shine. Now, most Calyrex Shadow Riders, it seems, are also choice specs. So again, those Astral Barrages and those Psychics are doing that little extra bit of damage we saw that an Astral Barrage was not enough to KO Urshifu today, allowing Urshifu to get the revenge KO. Would a Choice Specs Astral Barrage have been able to pick up that KO? Tough to say, but I would rather see the Encore personally. It's far more interesting than just a Specs Astral Barrage.
I tell you, I've seen the Encore set. It's actually more common in the best of one battles, but usually with what makes Calyrex Shadow Rider so interesting is that as much as we see choice specs right here, I've seen so many different items being used in Pokemon. Like Jonathan's, for instance, had the Focus Sash on. I've seen Life Orb. I've even seen some players go for really defensive sets where they train their Calyrex Shadow Riders just very defensively because they feel, you know, I can take more hits, maybe set up with a Nasty Claw. I'm already getting more boost from Astral Barrage. Let me stick around a little bit longer, go for a Terra Fairy so I can resist potentially a knockoff from Roaring Moon or Incineroar.
Absolutely. I use a lot of Citrus Berry Calyrex Shadow Rider myself because, again, that KO from Urshifu, if you heal up halfway through the Surging Strikes, you don't go down to it anymore. We can also see the Pokemon profile for Galarian Weezing. We can see it. We did not get to see it today. Normally, again, as I was saying, it is paired with Calyrex as well as Dondozo. Today we saw Weezing and Calyrex on their own, but we didn't see Galar Weezing at all. It was, despite its typical role of setting up toxic spikes and using that poison gas to put enemy Pokemon on a timer before switching in something bulky like Iron Hands or Dondozo, we did not see Jonathan go for that strategy today.
It's interesting because normally you don't think of poison as a very common status that you would see in VGC battles, but it can go a long ways as the turns going on and you're getting more and more small amounts of chip damage, and then your opponent is just kind of in a bad situation like, oh no, do I keep staying in or do I switch out because I just can't take any more damage for this Pokemon?
Absolutely. Again, we saw there was a lot of Protect stalling out those Trick Root or those Tailwind turns. Imagine if, while stalling out that Tailwind, you were also able to do chip damage with that poison.
And we got profile here. We got Calyrex Ice Rider. As much as we didn't see it in this one particular battle, no, there's no mistaking what it can do. It does the Glacial Lances. It's always really strong, and with the Trick Room support, it's very tricky to battle against it because then most Pokemon players might have a lot of faster Pokemon on their team, so you have to think in reverse about how you want to knock out this Pokemon in particular.
Exactly. Calyrex Ice Rider is a one-trick pony, but its one trick is having multiple tricks. It is capable of setting up Trick Room both for itself and for its team, but it is also capable of just using its sheer bulk to just click Glacial Lance and just absolutely melt things.
Yeah, it's interesting also, like on this chart, you see the other moves like C-Bomb in close combat. They're very niche, but it's interesting when players are able to bring them. But I think that's going to wrap it up for this round right now. We will continue on to our round 3 in just a little bit. So stick around. Have a good day. Hello.
All right, welcome back to the Oviedo Mall. We are continuing with round 3 of our Versus Challenge this wonderful Sunday. We have our team sheets in front of us. It is shaping up to be a very interesting match. We have the person who got 8th place at Rockledge yesterday, that is Adrian Heredia. We also have number 11 on the championship points leaderboard here in Florida, Caden Owens. These are 2 established players with good histories behind them who are going to be giving us a very entertaining match tonight.
Absolutely. I am excited to see this next match come up. We got Caden, who has a very interesting team that I've used myself many times before. So I'm excited to see how well he can pull it off today. And then we have Adrian, who is bringing a very similar team that we've seen in many of the regional events in the past few weeks.
And he's got the hard trick room team with that Calyrex Ice Rider, that Torkoal, and that Indeedee. He's also got a few more offensive pieces with that Raging Bolt and that Urshifu Single Strike, something that we have not seen today. We've seen a lot of Rapid Strikes so far today, but not so many Single Strikes.
Single Strikes is a bit more rare, but I think that's mostly because people just really like to see Single Strike or Rapid Strike, especially being complemented on Rain Team a lot with Kyogre. But even from last round, it's not very necessary. You can just still go for as many boosts as you want with, say, Mystic Water and Terra Water and still do lots of damage.
Exactly. So you can see both players are gearing up for their next round. We've got the Calyrex and the... Hang on. Oh yeah, the Calyrex Ice Rider versus the Terapagos. So you've played Terapagos a good bit. How does Terapagos match up into Calyrex Ice Rider?
It's a little tricky because, I mean, you still want to be able to set up with this Terapagos, right? But once Trick Room is set up, it can be very hard to adapt when you're in a lower speed tier. And then with this, we got the Smeargle right here. The Smeargle will probably outspeed the Terapagos and be able to hit it with a very easy Spore right there. So you gotta be very careful about that. So I would probably recommend if Caden wants to, he can bring his grass types on the team. But even then, you're bringing your grass types to absorb a Spore. At the same time, you got the Calyrex Ice Rider just really being able to dish out any Glacial Lances, which will make this a very tricky team.
Exactly, like you're saying, you got those Spore immune grass types, but not only you have that Calyrex Ice Rider, you also have that Torkoal with those sun boosted moves that can deal big damage to any grass type that is trying to resist Spore. But crucially, there's also a Heatran on the Terapagos team. Caden has brought a Heatran, a Pokemon we don't see very often, but that has a good matchup into Calyrex's Ice moves and to Torkoal's Fire move.
A different direction I'm thinking about right now is with this this Calyrex Ice Rider. It has close combat over the usual high horsepower that you see from the Calyrex Ice Rider,
which is going to be much better into Terapagos, into Heatran, and into Incineroar, because it deals more damage at the cost of lowering your defense.
But see, my thing is that you see the Heatran right there, because it's not high horsepower, it takes probably a little bit less damage potentially because it's not a quadruple weakness as you would see normally with the the high horsepower. It might be safer to actually not terrestrialize your Terapagos, because for one thing for sure is that since this Adrian does not have any ghost types, it might be possible to adapt differently, maybe terrestrialize a Heatran. And then personally what I do, because I love Scream Tail so much, is that you can pin down that Ice Rider potentially into using a move that Ice Rider does not want to use, and then trip it down with Magma Storm from the Heatran.
That's true. And looking at Adrian's team, we can see he's got that Decorate on that Smeargle. He's got the Fake Out, the Spore, also has the Decorate, which is going to increase the power. Again, we already discussed it. He's got some heavy hitters in that Calyrex, that Torkoal, and that Single Strike. Decorate gives them +2 to attack and special attack, and it goes through Protect. So one of those Pokemon wants to spend a turn protecting, it can easily get a giant boost to its attack.
Exactly. That's what makes this team a little interesting, because with Decorate, yeah, it can do any type of boost. I don't think Calyrex even needs to to actually go for the Trick Room. It might just be better off just doing as much damage as it can with Decorate boosts instead, and that will make it very tricky for Caden to adapt in this battle.
Here we can see Caden's team. He's got that leftovers Calm Mind substitute Rapago with a lot of fake out use and redirection in the form of Ogerpon's Follow Me. He's got a lot of Intimidates, a lot of pivot moves for that parting shot and that U-turn. He's going to, or at least his team is designed to be able to, spend a lot of time protecting Terapagos while it gets up those boosts and can then use that unresisted Terra Starstorm to deal some heavy damage. It's also got one of your favorite Pokemon, Brendan, that's Screamtail on there. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what Screamtail does?
So Screamtail is a very honest Pokemon. You have to really play around the, like, you gotta commit to what you want to use because it can really mess you up. Like, hey, maybe you shouldn't keep going for the same move over and over again because, you know, you're gonna be trapped. Now,
maybe you should.
Maybe
I'll hit that Encore.
Man. Oh man, if Encore shenanigans start happening around, it's gonna be very difficult for Adrian to adapt. But that's where I think, honestly, Trick Room comes in because when you have Trick Room activated, Screamtail is so fast, especially this one has the booster energy like nearly all of them do. It makes it very hard to adapt because then you're not being able to consistently pull off the Encore disable. You might be able to do one or the other, but very rarely will you be able to do both when you're so slow under the Trick Room.
And well, normally Screamtail's bulk is pretty good and would allow it to survive a few hits. With Decorate, it might not be able to. We're going to jump straight into round one. You can see Caden's got the pivot bros. He's got that Incineroar and that Rillaboom out. On the other side, we have Adrian with his own fake out in Smeargle and also Calyrex Ice Rider.
Now, as much as Caden could probably just go for a bunch of fake outs, you know, can possibly break a, what's it called?
Focus Sash?
Focus Sash, exactly. From Smeargle, you know, make sure that, you know, you want to hit it fast, hit it hard. Smeargle also has his own fake out, and if it trained properly, might be able to outspeed the Rillaboom of his own.
Now, an important thing to note here is that Caden's Incineroar is not Terra Grass, nor is it Safety Goggles. Well, he could go for a double fake out this turn, which seems like he's not going to. Probably going to pivot in that Indeedee, exactly. Get the Psychic Terrain up, block the fake out. But also, Incineroar is very vulnerable to Spores from Smeargle. So we're not going to see that just yet. We're going to see that Indeedee is actually going to boost its special defense through use of that Psychic Seed, both reducing the damage that Knockoff does and increasing the ability of Indeedee to take special attacks.
Now, I don't think it matters too much right now. It seems because most of Caden's team is pretty strong on the physical side of the team, or maybe about 50-50, but usually I see this core all the time. You bring your two your Rillaboom and your Incineroar. You want to do fake out pressure, and then maybe you have your Rillaboom or your Ogerpon in the back. Want to do some redirection. But we're going to have a Glacial Lance right now.
Ooh, and that's going to go directly into two grass types, killing Rillaboom instantly. That's a one-hit KO and bringing Ogerpon down to its sturdy.
That is so much damage. Rillaboom is already gone from this battle. Plus one attack to the Calyrex Ice Rider right now. Terapagos does come in, so Caden does have an option if he wants to. He can possibly Terrastalize his own Terapagos right now, removing the Psychic Terrain and doing big damage into the Calyrex Ice Rider right now, which is already Terrastalized.
But an interesting thing to consider is that thanks to Terapagos' Terra Shell, is it Terra Shell or Terra Shift? Whichever it is currently at full HP. It will resist any hit that comes towards it. So if it does not Terra, it will take resisted damage from that +1 Blink, assuming that Indeedee does not move for it. But if it does Terra, which it seems like it's not going to, it would take neutral effective damage. So you're going to see Incineroar come back out.
Incineroar comes in right now, getting Intimidate. Doesn't affect the Calyrex Ice Rider. It still has its Clear Amulet, and we are seeing the Terrastalization. It is going into the Terapagos right now. Caden's had enough. He wants to make sure that he can just get all this momentum back in on his side, remove Psychic Terrain do some huge damage into the Calyrex Ice Rider right now. Probably not as much to the Indeedee. Oh, and we have a Protect coming in for Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, so interestingly, like you were saying, not only does the Calyrex Ice Rider protect, but the Indeedee is still at that +1 special defense from its Psychic Seed. So this isn't that much damage to it. However, Terrapagos did get rid of the Psychic Terrain, which will allow Incineroar to click Fake Out next turn. And remember, Terra Starstorm is super effective against terrestrialized Pokemon. That Terra Starstorm, now that Calyrex has already used its Protect, it only has a 1 in 3 chance of getting a Protect this turn, which it does not go for. And it is now going to have to take a super effective 120 base power stab Terra Starstorm from this Terrapagos.
No doubt in my mind, though, because I know Calyrex Ice Rider is still a very defensive Pokemon. Does a little bit about 50%.
Less than half. My goodness, it seems that Terrapagos really needs those Calm Mind boosts in order for its spread move, despite the fact that it is on paper as strong as Glacial Lance. It's just not going to seemingly do quite as much. Remind me, does Terra Starstorm actually get stabbed when it's Terran?
I believe so. I'll be honest.
Because I remember there's some very weird interactions with, like, because it's a Terra Stellar type move, like it doesn't get stabbed or something. I don't know.
It does still get a boost because it is a Stellar type, the same attack bonus. And even then, since it's still a Stellar Terra, granted you might see this more on Choice Spec sets, it gets the Stellar boost on all of its moves, which is very great in certain situations.
You see that Calyrex is just going to go for the close combat. Terrapagos surviving on a sliver of HP, and Calyrex defense is going down. That is going to allow that Terra Starstorm to probably get that extra boost in damage it needs to finish off the Calyrex. And it is, and that is going to be enough because of the lower defenses.
Now, at this point, we do see both of Caden's Pokemon are very low HP, so any attack that Indeedee might go for will probably knock out in the following turns.
Now, it's going to be interesting to see what Adrian has as his 4th Pokemon, and it looks like he is going to bring out that Torkoal, something that does a lot of damage with the Choice Specs, and is going to be slower than both of Caden's remaining Pokemon. It's going to be able to unleash those devastating Heat Waves or Eruptions into Caden's Pokemon, and they're not going to have a lot of options other than to try and stall out. We got, what, 2 turns of Trick Room left?
I believe so, and not many turns of Trick Room left, but in this position that Caden is right now, he might be able to find a position where he can recover a little bit, try to get some chip health back with the leftovers, see if he can keep his Terrapagos around a little bit longer, because really, as much as Indeedee and Torkoal are big hitters, as much they're still
and we can
around.
see Incineroar has come back in, which will resist all of Torkoal's fire moves and all of its spread moves. You can see it went for that devastating Eruption, which is still going to do almost half to Incineroar despite resisting it. But, crucially, Incineroar will be able to survive this turn, and since it is likely slower than Smeargle, but not definitely, can probably get off a Fake Out here as well, unless Adrian switches back into that Indeedee.
It seems to me right now that Adrian might be interested in bringing back the Indeedee, mainly to bring back the Psychic Terrain. That's one less option for the Incineroar to be able to do, because now it can't go for any Fake Outs. It has to just take any doing head-on attacks that it can, just to...
That's exactly what Adrian is going to do. He's going to pivot that Smeargle back out. We still have not actually seen it click a move yet. He's going to go back into Indeedee, setting up that Psychic Terrain and protecting Torkoal from any potential Fake Outs. And we're going to see Caden sacrifice that Ogerpon right there. Incineroar lives on just a sliver, barely surviving the second Eruption. But now it's got a free turn to do whatever it wants, and it's going to knock off Torkoal. Not only does that remove its Choice Specs, lowering its power considerably, but lowering its HP is going to reduce the damage that Eruption can do. Also, that Indeedee, since it's switched out and come back in, it is no longer special defense boosted. It no longer has that extra power or that extra defense against Terra Starstorm. question is, will a Terror Star Storm plus whatever Incineroar clicks be enough to get rid of that Torkoal before it can finish this game for Adrian?
Interestingly enough, right now, so because the Trick Room has expired, we are seeing that Terapagos is now the fastest thing on the field. So my prediction would be that he wants to just Terror Starstorm, do as much damage as he can. He can possibly knock out both Pokemon this turn, which would be really incredible to see.
Oh, but the Indeedee survives on 1 HP, forcing Incineroar to click knockoff into it thanks to the Follow Me. And that's probably going to be just enough to allow Torkoal to click Heat Wave. Oh no, it goes for a Weather Ball. Does it have Heat Wave? It does. But it went for a Weather Ball, finishing off the Terapagos and leaving Smeargle and Torkoal to finish off this 1 HP Incineroar.
This poor Incineroar, it was so close. They were so close to being able to win this bout. If Caden can adjust in maybe game 2, he might be able to find a way to beat this core right now. But as it stands, with Torkoal still around, and this battle is just over.
Yeah, that 1 HP survival from that Indeedee, truly, it deserves MVP of round 1. So as you were saying, it's going to be interesting to see what Caden does to adapt for game 2. That Terapagos didn't seem to be able to do much without that Calm Mind. It was doing very little damage to the Calyrex until it lowered its defense. Even when it was super effective, it wasn't hitting the Indeedee very hard thanks to its special defense boost. And it was just very susceptible to a lot of the powerful attacks and status moves of Adrian's Trick Room team. It's going to be interesting to see what Caden brings or how he plays it to try and either prevent that Trick Room from up or to make sure that Terapagos gets the boosts it needs to do the job.
The one thing I'm thinking about is the Rillaboom on Caden's side, because that got knocked out pretty early in the battle.
Yeah,
and
that was
even
a devastating turn 1.
Between that, I mean, have the Indeedee female in the back, she can just come in and then up the Psychic Terrains, which makes it way harder for Caden to adjust when he can use his most important tools for this Terapagos team in using Fake Out, stall out as many turns as you can while your Terapagos is trying to set up the All Mines. So that is something that Caden might have to adjust for, maybe considering other Pokemon for his team, because as it stands right now, it's going to be very tricky if he keeps going with the same strategy.
Exactly. Like I was saying earlier, Calyrex Ice Rider, one-trick pony, whose one trick is having multiple tricks. It tricked Caden turn 1. It did not decide to go for the Trick Room, as one might expect such a slow Pokemon on a Trick Room-oriented team to do, but instead decided to go for a damaging move that brought Ogerpon down to its sturdy and OHKO'd the Rillaboom.
It's the fascinating thing about Calyrex Ice Rider, because you see so many people will assume that, hey, it's going to set up Trick Room turn 1, whatnot. It doesn't need to, honestly.
Exactly, it is so strong and so bulky, and in that case, had some really good type advantages that just let it click whatever the heck it wanted.
It still has, Protect on it most of the time, so you can just say, you know what, I'll do big damage now, and then set up Trick Room later.
We can see going into game 2, Adrian is once again leading with that Smeargle and that Calyrex Ice Rider. Caden is going for a completely different play, leading with that Terapagos and with that Ogerpon Cornerstone.
Ogerpon Cornerstone does have a few good utilities that it can do right now. It can go for a Ivy Cudgel into the Calyrex Ice Rider right now. Calyrex Ice Rider is also the Fire type, Terra type, so
exactly. So no matter what it does, it can't protect itself from that Ivy Cudgel. However, the Smeargle with Fake Out and Follow Me can make a big difference. But crucially, the Ogerpon's immunity to Spore will allow it to protect the Terapagos either way.
Oh, looks like we are seeing... Ooh, I am liking where we're going right now with this one. Looks like Adrian is thinking, oh, and a switch from Caden. He is going straight into the Incineroar right now.
Right, making sure that he does not get tricked by another Glacial Lance. That way he resists it no matter what. Though he is now vulnerable to Spore.
But we see Decorate is coming in to this Calyrex Ice Rider is getting a +2 attack boost. That is going to be some huge damage into these two Pokemon right now.
You'll see the Terapagos does set up. It does go for that Calm Mind to hopefully let it do the damage it needs. Returns. But will the Calyrex set up Trick Room? No, it's just going to go straight for the Glacial Lance. So again, as I was saying, that Terra Shell is going to protect it, so it is not going to take neutral damage. It's going to take resisted damage. It is still going to take almost half from a resisted hit thanks to how powerful that +2 Glacial Lance is. But that was a very good play by Caden, switching that Ogerpon out for that Incineroar, protecting it from getting taken down to its sturdy.
Adrian did not have to think too much about what he wants to do for this next turn.
That was it. He locked his move in instantly. So now we can wait. We're going to wait and see what Caden does. Caden seems to be in an okay position. Does have that +1, my brain is farting.
Calm Mind boost.
He does have that +1 Terapagos, and it can go for that Terra Starstorm, but it likely won't be enough to KO. And crucially, that Smeargle is still on the field and does still have that Spore. Since it's likely the fastest thing, it can choose any Pokemon to just neutralize on the spot, and it seems like Caden is going to go for that Terastallization. So I think he's going to go for that +1 Terra Starstorm to really try and nail home as much damage as he can with his restricted while it's still alive. Incineroar is going to use Fake Out, going to prevent the Calyrex from going for Trick Room. But the Smeargle is going to hit that Spore, and it's going to put that Terapagos straight to sleep. That Terra is wasted. That +1 is not going to do any good. Terapagos is a little too EP for that.
Yeah, God. Excuse me. The Terapagos, it's asleep right now, so it's not going to be able to do much. And then with both of Adrian's Pokemon near full HP, it's going to be very hard for Incineroar to be able to do any damage on its own, and it makes it safer for potentially even to go for a Terastallization with the Calyrex Ice Fire, since with Terapagos asleep. Oh, but he goes for a switch instead.
Likely going to go into that Ogerpon exactly to make sure that he does not have two sleeping Pokemon on the field. Issue is just that exactly. And
That's
we
a
see
very
that
good
Spore
call right
block,
there.
a great call by Caden. The question is, what is that Calyrex going to do? It could go for that devastating +2 Glacial Lance, and it is going to do that. And we're going to see now that Terapagos does not resist it. Terapagos is still going to survive on a sliver thanks to the extra HP it gets thanks to Terra Shift. But that Ogerpon is going to be brought down to its sturdy, and Terapagos still has another, I think it's used its guaranteed turn of sleep. So it's just going to be a matter of how quickly it wakes up, how long it stays asleep. That Ogerpon is going to go for Protect, going to try and survive as long as it can. I don't know exactly what it's going for. Maybe it's trying to weaken that Smeargle with some turn 1 wake up. And if we do get the turn 1 wake up, and we're going to go straight for the Terra Starstorm, that's going to break that Focus Sash on that Smeargle, which is exactly what Caden wants to see to let that Ogerpon run rampant. And even with a critical hit at +1, that's still going to do only a little over half to that Calyrex Ice Rider as it goes for the Trick Room, giving itself speed control for, it's just giving itself speed control.
Possibly for the remainder of this battle, when you got Calyrex Ice Rider with already so much on boosts between both of its as a +2 in from the Decorate boost earlier, and now he has speed control. It can be a big snowball effect from this point in the game right now.
Yeah, it could be a +4 at the end of the turn if he doesn't get a Protect or doesn't switch into something that can take hits easier. Because we still don't know what Caden's 4th Pokemon is, do we?
No, I have a bad feeling what it could be. I hope he makes a good adjustment to this battle, but as it stands right now, this Calyrex is only going to get stronger from the battle here on out.
The Ogerpon is going to switch out. It is going to prevent it from going down. It is going to prevent it from having to gamble on the double Protect. It's going to prevent Calyrex from getting a boost from KOing it. The Terapagos is going to go for Protect, and Heatran is going to come out. Now, that's a Pokemon that 4 times resists Calyrex's Glacial Lance.
I have to say, I'm a little curious about how much damage it really can do, even at +4. It does about a third, surprisingly.
Heatran
and
seems to take that pretty
Decorate
well,
boost.
but the issue is Calyrex is still at +4 now. That means its attack is 3 times higher than it normally would be, and that is still going to do big damage to the Heatran, especially since it does have close combat. So that would, if it did go for close combat, leave it vulnerable to a Terra Starstorm from the Terapagos.
I have to say, I'm a little interested on the speed interactions between both the Heatran and the Smeargle right now. This Smeargle trained in a way that it can outspeed the Heatran under Trick Room, possibly set up maybe a follow me, or it can set up a Spore, which would do major damage.
But it seems like Caden is not going to take that chance, and instead is going to switch straight into Incineroar, lowering Smeargle's attack and allowing it to probably survive that plus. Actually, isn't it already weakened, or is it still at full HP? Is the Incineroar? No, yeah. So the Incineroar is actually just going to die to the +4 Glacial Lance, even with over half HP remaining and being a resisted hit on a legendarily bulky Pokemon. It is still just going to go down instantly. The Heatran is going to click Heavy Slam, which is going to be redirected by Smeargle's Follow Me, leaving Indeedee, Torkoal, and Calyrex Ice Rider on the team in exchange for a very low HP Ogerpon. Terapagos with remember its boosts, its Calm Mind boosts have been removed since it switched out, and he's still got that Heatran, which is probably not going to survive another. It would be a +5 now, right? It would be 3.5 times stronger because it got that as one boost from KOing the Incineroar. Yeah, we can see right there, it's at +5 attack. The likelihood of Heatran surviving that is very low. But if it does have Protect, I believe this is the last turn of Trick Room, isn't it?
I believe so. You might be able to stall it out just a little bit longer, and honestly, maybe possibly bring in some momentum later on in this match if he can just stick around for one more turn. He hasn't used Protect at all.
We're just going to see the Helping Hand Glacial Lance come out. No Protects from Caden. Oh, no, never mind. I forgot that Helping Hand goes first.
Yep.
Wait, does Helping Hand go?
Helping Hand goes first. It is the fastest move in the entire game.
Really? What priority is it? Because I thought Protect was +6.
Helping Hand is +7.
Huh. Well, alrighty then, so we are not going to see a Protect from the Heatran. We are going to see a Spiky Shield from the Ogerpon, allowing it to survive the turn. But the Heatran is going to go down, and that is going to put Calyrex Ice Rider at +6 attack. That is going to be 4 times its base attack stat, and it is going to be an absolute menace for the remainder of the game.
Granted, I believe the Trick Room it expired, right?
Yes, the Trick Room has worn off.
Yeah, so Caden does have the speed advantage right now. What can he do to possibly get the upper edge in this game right now? He goes for Protect into his Terapagos and another Spiky Shield. So
Which
maybe
fails. Ugh.
I might have been incorrect about the Trick Room, but it seems like Caden is just pinned against the wall. There's not many options left. Even then, Adrian has one full HP Pokemon in the back, so it's going to be very tricky for Caden to really pick it up in this late game scenario.
Yeah, and I guess we were wrong. Trick Room is still up. Well, that is why we are casters and not players. We cannot count to 4.
Not today, at least.
Not today. Maybe tomorrow I'll be able to count to 5, but not today. Anyways, now the Twisted Dimensions have returned to normal. We can see the Terapagos is out. It is at about half HP. The Calyrex is going to go for Protect. I'm assuming that the Indeedee is going to go for a Trick Room, but we'll have to see.
This poor Calyrex, it's on its own. It's doing what it can do best.
I would hardly call a +6 Calyrex the poor guy.
No, I mean, oh, did I say Calyrex?
You did say Calyrex.
Oh, that's my bad.
Yes, the Terapagos is in a bad spot. The poor Terapagos.
The poor Terapagos. I love this little guy, but my goodness. It is going to be very hard to adjust. Trick Room is back up, so now I think it's
going to be GG's there.
GG's at this point.
I do not see... I've looked into 14 million possibilities, and I see none where the half-health Terapagos survives 4 turns of Trick Room against the +6 Calyrex. And it seems that Adrian sees the same outcomes as he is going to forfeit. And that is going to be it for this round. Have we seen a Game 3 yet today?
We have not seen a Game 3 at all. Every game round so far has just been a clean 2-0 victory. These are some very strong players.
These are some very strong teams people are planning on bringing to Atlanta. And we can see, again, we were talking about how Adrian got into top cut yesterday at Rockledge. We can see how exactly he managed that. He's got a very dangerous team with a lot of disruption for making sure that enemies do not get to do what they want. We saw that, again, that Terapagos had a very specific game plan. That Smeargle and that Indeedee just absolutely did not let it do whatever it wanted. And that will allow that Calyrex Ice Rider to get to +6. That is not something you see every day, is a Calyrex Ice Rider between Decorate and As1 getting all the way up to the maximum boost for its attack. It is absolutely devastating.
I don't know how anyone can be able to pull it up from there. It seemed like there were some pretty close calls at some point. Like maybe Caden could have actually picked it up and gotten a knockout at some point. But I tell
Even
you,
with the turn 1 wake up from Spore, it was
Yeah.
just not enough. The Terapagos was just not doing the damage it needed to, even at +1, because it cannot boost as fast as Calyrex can with that Smeargle. And even when it is boosted, because it's not safety goggles, it's that leftovers, which did do a lot of favors for it, but
Right.
also left it very vulnerable to that Spore, preventing it, even when it did get set up, it still just couldn't do what it needed to.
all right. And I think that is going to wrap it up for this round today. So we will be back in a little bit shortly for round 4 of the VGC League Challenge at Versus Games here in Oviedo, Florida.
We're excited to see you soon.
Have a good day.
right, welcome back to Oviedo. We are here with round 4 of our VGC challenge, and we have a returning guest. We have Ryan Gordon and his Calyrex Ice Rider back for round 4. It seems that after his dominating performance in round 2, he has kept up the momentum and is now back in round 4. Versing him, we have
Albert Larson. And it's a very interesting when you take a look at these two teams shortly here in a bit, because it seems very similar to what we ran into earlier in round 2, also with Ryan, when it was both a Calyrex teams. We had both the Shadow Rider and the Ice Rider. As much as Ryan didn't bring his Ice Rider today, it's very interesting that we're going to be seeing him again and see what he can do into a similar composition, if it's going to be more the same or if we're going to really be able to mix things up.
Exactly. It'll be interesting to see how Ryan does. It's a similar team, but a different one, with a few more offensive pieces in that classic Terra Normal Dragonite and that Chien Pao. So we're going to see, does that Terra Normal Dragonite force the Calyrex Ice Rider to come out and set up that Trick Room? Or will he continue to keep that Calyrex in the back because the extreme speed is faster than it even under Trick Room?
Exactly. I mean, I'm very interested to see how Albert can adjust in this battle. Ryan, how he can adjust in this battle. See if he really thinks doesn't need Calyrex Ice Rider, if his just core team of super strong offensive Pokemon are enough to win him this battle.
Exactly, because we've already seen Ryan and Calyrex Shadow Rider. We've already seen how well Ryan does against that. What I will be interested to see is how a different player pilots a slightly different Calyrex Shadow Rider team against that same Calyrex Ice Rider, because we can see once again we have that same core of that Urshifu, that Iron Hands, that Calyrex Shadow Rider with the Encore, and that Galarian Weezing. But this time, instead of the Roaring Wind and the Hearth Flame, instead of that extra speed control and that redirection, we have some extreme offense in that Dragonite and that Chien Pao, a devastating combo if you are not prepared for it. We can see it more closely here. We've got that Choice Band, Terra Normal, Extreme Speed from the Dragonite. And why does that pair so well with Chien Pao again?
Well, Chien Pao has the great ability of Swords of Ruins, so all defense on the entire battlefield is lowered, which gives a big help to Dragonite, especially after it's already been Terra boosted, normal type, Choice Band, just throwing out extreme speeds everywhere. It's very hard to be able to withstand those attacks.
Exactly. Now we can again see, we're taking another look at Ryan Gordon's team. We can see he doesn't have a lot of Pokemon that can take those super powerful extreme speeds. As we were discussing earlier, his team is mostly Pokemon that stand on their own as huge offensive threats. The downside to this is, aside from Amoonguss and Calyrex Ice Rider, he doesn't have any big defensive pieces, nor does he have anything that can take the extreme power of that. Again, that Chien Pao outspeeds most of his Pokemon and deals with most of them pretty well. And that Dragonite, again, doesn't have anything that really resists it. That Amoonguss, being Amoonguss, can probably take a hit or two. But in general, that Pawknight is a threat. It takes that idea of just offense to the next level.
Interesting to see with Albert's team, his Chien Pao, I noticed in particular, it has a Life Orb and it's Terra Stellar today, so no Focus Sash, but he just wants to be very serious. It's a good thing that Ryan does not have any priority attackers, especially Fake Out, so it puts a lot more comfort in for Chien Pao to be able to do really big attacks that might also be able to help out with whatever Dragonite is not able to take out on its own.
Exactly. We already saw earlier how much damage that Chien Pao Ice Spinner can do to a Terra Water Amoonguss. Well, now, this Amoonguss is Terra Fairy. It cannot resist that. But we are going to go ahead and jump right into Game 1. We have, on Albert's side, is leading with that Urshifu and that Calyrex Shadow Rider, which is a little bit different. If you remember our previous round, the lead was actually the Calyrex Shadow Rider and that
The Iron Hands.
The Iron Hands, exactly. But now on the enemy side, we once again are seeing that Roaring Moon and that Urshifu, that same devastating combo that was consistently able to threaten and dismantle that Calyrex Shadow Rider with those knockoffs and those Terra Water Surging Strikes.
Right now, it seems like it's something different for today, or for this round at least, that Albert wants to be a little more protective of his Calyrex Shadow Rider. Sees the writing on the wall that there is a Roaring Moon right in front of him, and the Urshifu Rapid Strike does not have a lot of options to keep it around, so he's going to send it, switch it out, go to his own Iron Hands to keep it safe for later.
So again, we can see that a very similar Pokemon to our last Shadow Rider player, but a very different play. Instead of just going for the instant Astral Barrage, you can see a much more defensive play, switching to that Iron Hands. Ryan is going for a very similar play. He knows what works. He's been here, he's done this dance. He is terastallizing his Pokemon. Albert is also going for the Terra Water Urshifu. You're going to see 2 Terra Water Urshifus here on the field. It is a great Pokemon, which is why so many people use it, and that Terra Water turns that Surging Strikes into a devastating weapon.
It's going to be a little tricky because with Ryan's Urshifu Rapid Strike, it has the Mystic Water and Terra Water boost, so it's going to be doing some major damage into this Iron Hand. I don't think it's going to be enough to knock it out, but it's going to do a lot of damage.
It's going to do a lot of damage.
But even
now,
then,
what will Albert's Urshifu? It looks like it is going to go for the close combat. It is just going to take out that Roaring Moon. It removed its fighting typing. It did not Terra Water for the Surging Strikes boost. It Terra Water to remove its vulnerability to acrobatics, allowing it to close combat that Roaring Moon and get it off the field for good.
honestly, it's a good adaptation right there based on what was previous rounds. With Roaring Moon out of the picture, it makes it a way safer opening for Calyrex Shadow Rider to come in later after Tailwind is expired, be the fastest thing on the field and do major damage.
Exactly. The question is, will Albert's team be able to hold on until that Tailwind goes down? Because we already know that that's Terra Water, Mystic Water Surging Strikes, usually enough to get rid of those Focus Sash Calyrex Shadow Rider. We already know it's going to get rid of that Iron Hands for sure, because it does more than half. And since Albert's Urshifu is at -1, there's a good chance that Ryan's Urshifu's close combat will just take out the...
Just for the fake out into...
Horn Leech?
I mean,
No,
it goes
Iron
for
Hands,
Horn Leech.
yeah, sorry. Yeah, it
But
goes for the fake out into the Iron Hands.
surprisingly, the Urshifu was undersped. Despite having the Choice Scarf item, it was not able to pick up any potential damage onto either of Ryan's Pokemon at the moment.
Now, that Tailwind boost has allowed the Ogerpon to outspeed an Oko, that -1 defense Urshifu, leaving just Calyrex and Iron Hands on the field at the moment. That Urshifu, we already know, it can just choose either one to KO, and thanks to its Unseen Fist ability, Calyrex will not be able to protect to stall out this Tailwind.
Even the Pokemon in the back of Ryan's team, or not Ryan's team, Albert's team, are going to have a hard time at adjusting because this Surging Strikes is just going to be very strong, guaranteed damage, and there's just not much you can do about it at this point in the game.
We can see that Ivy Cudgel finishes off that Iron Hands, closing that out, and that Surging Strikes is going to come into the Calyrex. It looks like 2 different Calyrexes, same stat spread, because this Calyrex is also going to go down to that Terra Water, Mystic Water, Surging Strikes, leaving Albert with just his last Pokemon, and leaving Ryan with 3 and that Tailwind out.
Fortunately, regardless of what this Chien-Pao can do, even if it was I'm sorry, Focus Sash.
No
Ryan has
Focus
so much-
Sash is going to save you from a Surging Strikes,
Not
right?
at this range.
That's what we learned just against the Calyrex just now.
I think Albert sees the writing on the wall. He might just forfeit. I mean, he can do what he can, but it's just 3 really strong Pokemon in the back of Ryan's side.
And we don't even know what Ryan has in the back. Yeah, it could be that Calyrex Ice Rider. It
could've
could
been
be that
Land.
Landorus, because we know he likes to bring that Landorus in the back. It looks like that is going to be it for round 1. We once again see Ryan show off his incredible skill against those Calyrex Shadow Riders. He eats those things for breakfast. he does not need his restricted to deal with Calyrex Shadow Rider. The question is, unlike our last Calyrex Shadow Rider, can Albert adapt, take a game off of Ryan, or is this going to be another CIR sweep?
I tell you, it seems like Ryan just has been very prepared for every Shadow Rider matchup he's ever faced, because he is always being able to adjust accordingly and do so much damage, even without his own restricted Pokemon in the back.
Now, an interesting thing to point out is that Albert did not end up bringing the Pow Knight this time. He did bring that Chen Pao, though it did not get to do anything because it was outsped by the Tailwind. He did not bring his Dragonite. Curious to see if that will come into play in this next round, or if we're just going to see Tailwind come up and those powerful Pokemon melt through Albert's team again.
It makes me curious, like, can the combination of Chien-Pao, Choice Band, and a Terra Normal, and all those come together and knock out the Roaring Moon? Because I remember a few times battling Roaring Moon myself that thing can be deceptively bulky.
It is very bulky, yeah.
It can take a hit or two at the very least.
Especially because you have to invest in HP if you want to get the speed boost. Or at least you have to invest in something other than attackers, which gives you a little bit of extra defensive bulk. So that is the question of the hour, right? Is would that Chien-Pao Knight be enough to get the KO and prevent that Tailwind from coming up? Will Albert try and use that Fake Out to try and get rid of it? Fake Out plus the Urshifu maybe. Try and get it off the field instantly. Because one thing we've noticed, Ryan has not gone for the Terra Flying on his Roaring Moon yet, has he?
No, he hasn't. He's safe and we're positioned in battles where he does all he knows is that he Tailwind up, and that'll get him in such a good position in battles. And it seems like the same again as last battle.
Now we're going to see Albert once again. He's going to lead with that Calyrex Shadow Rider and that Urshifu. Not go awesome for him last time. So the question is, what will he do this time? Change things up and to try and prevent that Tailwind superpowered sweep. This time it seems like he does have that Pow Knight in the back, which is going to be very interesting to see how that goes. Interesting to put it in the back instead of to lead with it, though. But I'll be super interested to see how this goes. The question is, again, will he be able to stop Roaring Moon from getting Tailwind up? Like he might be. Well, the question is, if he does get Tailwind up, will Pow Knight still be enough to take out the remaining Pokemon? Because if there's that Terra Normal Dragonite, it's still going to be vulnerable. If it Terra Normals, it's no longer weak. Or it is no longer resistant to water. It is no longer resistant to fire. It is vulnerable to Urshifu's close combat. So the question is, how is he going to play this? He's going to switch that Calyrex up for the Dragonite instantly.
Dragonite is coming in now. We see a Terastallization. It is coming from the Urshifu, going in, turning it back into a water type again, removing its fighting type. Seems like it's probably just going to be doing what it does best and tries for some close combat into the Roaring. But we see,
we see another Terastallization. These guys, they love their Terra Water Urshifus, and can you blame them?
No, you cannot, honestly. It just does so much damage that it's very hard to really adapt.
Once again, see the Roaring Moon get off that Tailwind, which is a terrifying thing to see if you've been watching with us and you've seen how devastating that is. You can see the Surging Strikes comes out into the Dragonite. It's going to do a little over half, it looks like, even though it's a resisted hit. That Mystic Water, Terra Water is just so powerful. We're going to see a U-turn come out from the Urshifu into the Roaring Moon. That's going to do a little over half once again. Now, is that going to let the Dragonite, or sorry, the Chien-Pao come in? And it looks like it is.
Bringing in Chien-Pao right now. Albert does have an opportunity to just go AWOL, just bring some extreme speeds to this battle. Maybe pick up a KO on the Roaring Moon if he wants to. Or maybe he can pick that, maybe just go double in on the Urshifu. As much damage as he can. It's going to load. At the very least, Urshifu did remove its Dark Resistance while Terastallizing into a pure water type. So we'll see if Albert can come up with a game plan to really get an upper hand in this battle.
Exactly. Now, the interesting thing is, again, because that extreme speed plus 2 priority, that means it's going to go before any other move on the field. It's going to go before Aqua Jet. It's going to go before before Sucker Punch. And it's going to help Albert deal with that Tailwind. He can just ignore the speed doubling enemy team. Especially if he protected itself, means that the Sucker Punch and the Extreme Speed are going to fail, and it's going to let the Roaring Moon get a free knockoff into the Dragonite, and that's just going to KO it.
Wow, that I tell you, Roaring Moon does so much damage. Even if its main objective is just speed and maybe take a hit or two, because you want to make sure you get a booster in speed, it can still do so much damage with the knockoff, and it's a shame to see Dragonite be KO'd so early before it could really do any major damage in the battle.
Exactly. That's the thing you gotta watch out for with Roaring Moon, right? Unlike a lot of other Tailwind setters, like Whimsicott and Illumise, Pelipper, it has a damage output as well as that blistering speed.
That blistering speed, really helpful. It just gives it so many different speeds, so many great Pokemon at once. I mean, damage, helping the team to get the speed boost, Tailwind, and we're going to see another knockoff into Albert's. Does about 70% damage, and kind of followed up with the Surging Strikes into Chien-Pao, and it's going to knock it out.
That does look like it's going to be it. That is going to leave him with an Urshifu and a Calyrex Shadow Rider versus all 4 of Ryan's Pokemon.
Calyrex is going to come in. We'll see how much damage Albert's Urshifu can do. And he's just going to go for the close combat. And
it's not going to be enough to get rid of the Urshifu, which is very not good for Albert, because that means that his Calyrex Shadow Rider can't protect against the incoming Surging Strikes if that's what Ryan decides to go for.
Ryan goes for Surging Strikes into either of these Pokemon. It's going to spell a lot of trouble for Albert's team at this point. Focus Sash isn't going to help you with that. When Urshifu so much consecutive damage in just one turn with.
Exactly. There's no way to protect yourself. It's the dangers of Unseen Fist. No way to outspeed. That's the danger of the Roaring Moon. You'll notice again that Urshifu is Choice Scarf. That gives it a 50% boost to its speed, but it also locks it into one move. Roaring Moon does not have that weakness. It is able to boost its speed, and it is able to pick between moves. It's able to set up Tailwind and then go for these knockoffs that are doing so much damage to the Dragonite and to the Urshifu.
Interestingly enough, in this one battle, now I think about it, that Ryan has not switched to any of his Pokemon, been going through it with just his Roaring Moon and his Urshifu.
No, that is our 4th round of watching Ryan fight Calyrex Shadow Rider, and that is our 4th round of never seeing a hide nor hair of that Calyrex Ice Rider. And it looks like that Surging Strikes is just going to do it for Calyrex, and that is going to secure another win for Ryan. Going to give him his 4-0 undefeated going into round 5, and he is undefeated against Calyrex Shadow Rider. He's shown us truly, again, even with that Pow Knight, it was still not nearly enough to stop the sheer strength of that Roaring Moon and that Terra Water, Mystic Water Urshifu.
That is a combo that we're going to probably be seeing a lot of today at this rate, with Ryan doing so well in all these battles at this point.
Exactly. I don't know what the requirements for getting top 8 are, but it is very likely at this point that Ryan has secured himself a spot in Top Cut. So we'll be looking forward to seeing how his run goes through there.
And if anyone can possibly even be potential enough to take him down.
If someone can, it probably won't be a Shadow Rider.
But that's going to do it for this round. We're going to take a small break, and we'll see you back in a little shortly.
Absolutely.
Have a good day. everyone to round 5 of the VGC League match here in versus games at Oviedo, Florida. We got round 5 with Landon Marjal versus Jonathan Martin. Two very, very strong players. Landon actually won the Rockledge event yesterday, and we've already seen Jonathan earlier today. He didn't win his round 2, I believe it was, but nonetheless, he is still a very strong player that we're going to be seeing again today.
A reminder, this is round 5. This is going to be the last round of Swiss. This is going to be the last chance these players have to make it into the top cut before we go on to top cut. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that both players here on stream in round 5 are probably both going to make it, but this is their last chance to make mistakes. This is their last chance to learn where they have to lock in for top cut, because there are no mistakes in top cut, are there?
No, at this rate, you got to play your heart out to make it as far as you can into this tournament. Now, we see Jonathan here. We've already seen his team before. It's the same Calyrex Shadow Rider and Weezing combo.
Hope you guys aren't tired of it yet.
And then we have on Landon's side, we got another Calyrex Ice Rider. I can tell you, Florida players, they really love their Calyrex, whether it's one way or the other way.
But this Calyrex Ice Rider team is a little different than what we normally get to see, having that Pelipper, that Landers, once Sandsteer Storm, but this time with the Life Orb instead of the Choice Scarf. Also got that AV Raging Bolt, that Choice Scarf Urshifu, and that Ogerpon Cornerstone, something that we've seen a few times, but it's mostly been seeing it getting absolutely annihilated by Calyrex Ice Rider. It's going to be interesting to see one partnered with Calyrex Ice Rider instead.
So we're going to pull up Landon's team right here. Yeah, it's a little similar, I think, to what we saw actually in round, I think it was round 1 or earlier today.
Yeah.
Granted, it was not a Calyrex Ice Rider, it was a Zamazenta, but you see a lot of the similar pieces.
Now, one interesting thing is that this Choice Scarf Urshifu has coaching, which, as if you don't know, not only bypasses Protect, but also increases the attack and defense of the Pokemon you use it on. You can sort of like how that Smeargle click to Decorate on that Calyrex effect, we can now click that super fast coaching through Protect to its Calyrex or Ogerpon's attacks and defense.
Right. So, with the coaching, it does keep Calyrex Ice Rider a lot stronger and keeps it a little more resilient throughout these battles right now. Now, with, I'm sorry, we got Pelipper on the team. It can set up the rain, which also helps eliminate one of
We can see Landon showing off his Calyrex Ice Rider shirt.
He is very passionate about this Pokemon.
He is repping his champion. You know what? That is what we love to see. Like we were saying, classic Pokemon with creative team comps, that Scarf coaching, that Salt Vest Raging Bolt, and that Ogerpon Cornerstone, which again, we have seen a few times. It has never had a chance to shine. We'll have to see if it gets to do that today or not.
Now, with Pelipper on Landon's team, it helps set up the rain. Jonathan does not have any way to eliminate it, so one of the things that will make it trickier is with Jonathan's Ogerpon Heart Flame not being able to do as much damage into Landon's team, especially his Calyrex Ice Rider.
Exactly, because not only does that rain boost Pelipper's, but it also increases the resistance of Calyrex Ice Rider to fire moves. It increases the accuracy of Landers' Sandsteer Storm, and it increases the power of Rapid Strike's Surging Strike.
Landon's team is very well built, being able to just do all sorts of damage on many multiple levels between just helping out the Calyrex or just going all in for rain boosted damage.
Speaking of Calyrex, we're going to see two of them pop onto the field. We're going to see that Iron Hands and Shadow Rider that we saw back in round 2 for Jonathan, but we're also going to see the Raging Bolt and Calyrex Ice Rider out for Landon.
Forces are staring each other down as the players are making their moves this round. I feel like we're going to see something pretty straightforward from Jonathan's side, going straight for the Terrestrialization into a Ghost type, do extra damage with its Astro Barrage attacks.
An interesting thing to note is that this Calyrex Ice Rider, most of the ones we've seen today have been Terra Fire. This one is Terra Poison, which means that it will be vulnerable to Calyrex Shadow Rider's Psychic.
So no terrestrialization from Landon's side. This is going to be a full power Astral Barrage going into Landon's Pokemon. We'll see how much damage it does. It almost
Ooh, that does
does
a lot.
95%
damage to that Calyrex Ice Rider. Let's see what...
We're going to see a Glacial Lance in return, which is going to do a good amount of damage.
Now, this does put the Calyrex Shower in potential range for a Thunderclap from the Raging Bolt. We're going to see what Jonathan can do to see if he thinks he can take the hit or if he might need to switch out to preserve his Calyrex Ice Battle Rider for later.
And another interesting thing is, again, that Calyrex might go for a status move like Protect Encore, block a Thunderclap, but also it has to worry. We don't know the speed relationship between the Iron Hands and the Calyrex Ice Rider. We don't know which one is faster. We don't know if the Calyrex would be able to go first and get off a Glacial, or if it would just Iron Hand. Looks like it is gonna be faster. That Calyrex is gonna outspeed the Iron Hands. Calyrex Shadow Rider is gonna this is gonna be very Calyrex
Absolutely.
Shadow Rider is gonna protect itself, and it looks like it's gonna make it through one more turn as well, as there's no Terra Fairy from the Raging Bolt, and Iron Hands is able to leverage the extreme weight of Raging Bolt against it with that low kick.
Now we got Calyrex Urshifu coming out from Landon's side. I believe, yes, it is Choice Scarf, so it might be able to outspeed this Calyrex Shadow Rider and do some big damage, knock it out, and that will already eliminate Jonathan's restricted from this battle. He's going to switch out, though. He's going to send in his Urshifu of his own. My goodness, they got so many similar Pokemon.
Yeah, it is interesting. You do not often see Calyrex Ice Rider with the speed advantage outside of Trick Room, but because it's faster than Iron Hands, because Urshifu is faster than Shadow Rider, Ice Rider did have the speed advantage this turn. And we're going to see, does it once again get a chance? Is it going to take out the Iron Hands?
At this range, oh, absolutely. It's going to take
is.
it out.
It's going to have a +1 to that Calyrex Ice Rider, as well as taking out one of the bulkiest Pokemon on Jonathan's team.
Now we're going to see what Jonathan can do to pick up after losing his Iron Hands. It's a bit of a tough spot with the Choice Scarf Ogerpon, or not Ogre, the Urshifu, because it can just freely go into... Excuse me, who's not there?
But yes, because that Urshifu has that Choice Scarf, it is going to be faster than Calyrex, which the Calyrex, aside from that Urshifu, would be able to spam Astral Barrages freely, but because of that Scarf Urshifu on the enemy team, is not going to be able to click Astral Barrage in the way it might want to. The issue is, you know, Jonathan's team has been worn down a considerable amount. It might not be able to take powerful Surging Strikes. We've already seen how powerful these Surging Strikes can be today, and this Urshifu still has its Terra Water that it can go for in the back if it wants to.
Absolutely. At this point in the match, that Surging Strikes is going to be able to knock out any Pokemon that it wants.
It
And-
chooses to go for the Shadow Rider.
Jonathan only having his Ogerpon Heart Flame and his Urshifu remaining. We're going to see how much damage his Urshifu can do into this Calyrex Ice Rider. Oh,
But
it
it
goes
doesn't go into the Calyrex Ice Rider. It decides to close combat into the opposing Urshifu chunk of damage, but also lowering Urshifu's defense enough that a Glacial Lance is just gonna KO.
Oh my goodness. After a +1 boost, I can't say I'm too surprised at how much damage this Calyrex Ice Rider is able to do. Even with a single target Glacial Lance. Now Jonathan only has one Pokemon left. It's his Ogerpon Heart Flame. It probably won't be able to... It can only hit one Pokemon at a time. And Landon, I believe, still has all 4 of his Pokemon remaining at this point.
Only 3 of us, the Raging Bolt.
Oh, correct.
Yeah, if we had a nickel for every time we saw a Hearthflame or a Ogerpon standing as the last one on a team, we would have a lot of nickels.
We're going to have even more nickels. Look how many of these Urshifus are turning into the Terra Water, just doing so much damage with these Surging Strikes attacks.
That's probably going to be enough to OHKO the Ogerpon, unless it is a really bulky one, which it looks like it might
Might be
be.
able to live.
Now,
It lives at 6 HP, but still just only able to hit single targets. We're going to see what goes for. He decides to target the Calyrex Ice Rider right now, knocks it out. He'll bring down Landon to his last Pokemon, which at least is very good information to know what 4 Pokemon he did bring to his battle.
So that was a great play on Jonathan's part, frankly. He knew that he wasn't going to win the match, but he did make sure that he got all the information he could out of it. When he was not going to be able to beat the Calyrex or the Urshifu game, picked the target that would make sure he got as much control as possible. That's that kind of high-level play that is what you're expecting to see when such talented players who also know each other pretty well fight in a high-stakes match like this one.
Exactly. You can see Jonathan, he's taking his time. He knows the writing's on the wall with this battle, but he wants to plan out what he can do in further matches ahead of this round. So maybe thinking, what can I do to counter this Choice Scarf Urshifu that we've been seeing so much today, so many different teams.
Exactly, despite the fact that both players have a Choice Scarf Urshifu. The Choice Scarf Urshifu still ended up, once again, being the deciding factor for the match.
And we're just Surging Strikes. It just knocks out the Ogerpon at this range. I mean, it only has 6 HP left.
Crit mattered.
Can't be too surprised at this range.
Yeah, that is going to do it for Game 1. Game 2 is going to be interesting because we have already seen this Calyrex Shadow Rider on Jonathan's struggle to fight that Calyrex Ice Rider team, Ryan's. It's already down 0-1 round game, whatever round this is, round 5.
We're in round 5.
The question is whether this time Jonathan will be able to adapt and define a new strategy lines into that Ice Rider. Ice Rider itself was not the biggest threat on the enemy team. It did a lot of damage and it survived way longer than it had any right to, but it was not what ended up being the big threat, because again, that Shadow Rider being able to just spam Terra Ghost Astral Barrage is really, really scary for Landon's team since he didn't bring that Pelipper. Issue was that Thunderclap on the Raging Bolt and that Choice Scarf Terra Water Urshifu.
Fascinating when you see both teams. They have their own course of speed control, whether it's the Roaring Moon setting up Tailwinds or you have the Calyrex Ice Rider setting up the Trick Room. But they just don't seem too interested in that. They just want to go for strong, damaging attacks into either of their Pokemon and just whittle down as much as they can, because they just don't see it as an important thing, and that's very interesting to see.
Yeah, something else absolutely fascinating is we've seen over and over again how Ryan has been able to do massive damage and put in so much work with that Roaring Moon, that Rapid Strike lead. Jonathan has the same option. He has that Roaring Moon and that Urshifu. So admittedly, it's Safety Goggles instead of Mystic Water, but he's not chosen yet to play it. Again, is very interesting. Again, similar team, totally different players end up playing totally differently. That's one of the beauties of Pokemon, right? Is no matter how similar the teams are, the players always find new ways to innovate or to play differently with the same limited options, completely different, that makes it so entertaining.
Exactly. I am looking forward to see what we can expect out of these two players in their round 2. Jonathan, I mean, he does have a lot of potential to really be able to pick up a lot of knockouts with his team if he can get the right positioning, especially if he can knock out that Urshifu.
And another thing to note, Landon's team doesn't have a lot of flying type Pokemon. Maybe that Wheezing and its poison typing, its toxic spikes and its ability to neutralize abilities could be useful here, but we're going to see the same leads as round 1.
Very interesting to see that they both believe that they can still win it with the same opening Pokemon right now. The Iron Hands and Calyrex Shadow Rider from Jonathan's side, and the Calyrex Ice Rider and Raging Bolt from Landon's side.
Like, Jonathan is very confident in what he's picking. We're going to see, it looks like Landon is going to go straight for the Terastallization. Probably going to go for a Terra on that. Yeah, that Calyrex Ice Rider to make sure it is no longer vulnerable to that Astral Barrage. It is still vulnerable to that Psychic, but we're going to have to see whether or not Jonathan decides to go for it. Looks like he's going for that Astral Barrage. No Terra this time. Going out for the raw damage from the bulkiest Pokemon on Landon's team. He goes straight in with massive damage. A critical hit is going to do 120. Going to put Calyrex Shadow Rider deep in the area.
Calyrex Shadow Rider taking so much damage from this turn, and I have no doubt, knowing playstyle of Landon, he is probably just going to go straight for the Glacial Lance, and that is going to probably knock out Calyrex Shadow Rider immediately on this first turn of game 2.
Like I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's a one-trick pony whose trick is having multiple tricks. He did not click Trick Room. Time and again, we have seen this super slow Pokemon, but it does not click Trick Room. It stays in, and it clicks Glacial Lance, and it just survives hits with its extreme bulk, and in this game, a Terra type. And it's just gonna, it's faster than the Iron Hand. And it's so powerful. It's already at +1. If Iron Hands took that much from a neutral Glacial Lance, imagine how much it will take from a +1 Glacial Lance.
I wouldn't be surprised at this point. It's probably going to knock it out. But we do have Urshifu now on Jonathan's side, which can do some big damage into either of these Pokemon. So we'll see what he plans to do with that. He seems to be pretty unsure what he wants to do with his Iron Hands. It's in a pretty tight spot right now, considering that it's at where its health is and where its speed is.
Now, one downside of not having any electric moves with Iron Hands, that you're stuck with not particularly powerful Heavy Slam to terrestrialize Ice Rider. So a good play on that Landon for bringing that Terra Poison instead of the Terra Fire, being able to resist Iron Hand fighting move instead of being vulnerable to them. We're going to see the Terra come out from the Urshifu. It's going to survive the Landorus's Earth Power, and it's going to go for Surging Strikes into that Calyrex Ice Rider.
But will it be enough to actually knock it out? I'm not too sure about this.
It doesn't
one,
look like it will.
but we'll see what Iron Hands can do from this range.
Well, remember, Iron Hands is slower than the Glacial
Oh,
Lance,
right.
so Calyrex Ice Rider is just
This
going to get
is
that
just a
+1.
clean
It's going to
Oh,
KO
my
the
goodness.
Urshifu. It's going to KO the Iron Hands. This is absolutely devastating, folks. We now have, it is a 4-against-1. Jonathan, once again, looking in a bad position. Game 2 against an Ice Rider. At least this time we actually get to see the man of the hour. It is now at +3, though it is at very low HP.
Jonathan's last Pokemon is the Roaring Moon, Dragon type. It is not going to be able to survive much longer, even just being sent out right now. I mean, he does have the booster speed, so he can go first. He can possibly knock out this Calyrex Ice Rider, but he's just going to
it
throw
looks
in the
like
towel.
Jonathan's done for now. And that is... have we seen a single Calyrex Shadow Rider take a game off of an Ice Rider today?
Not at all, surprisingly. Even
No.
if it has a type advantage, it still just can't do it today.
Calyrex Ice Rider is just too strong. It is too oppressive. It will not be taking any names today. It is here to kick butts, chew mints, and it is all out of nature mints.
Oh my goodness. Out of nature. I don't know what you can do at that point. But congratulations to Landon. He made it to round 5. He is advancing to top cut today. He has potential to win back-to-back vocals this weekend.
He does. It would be very impressive, and it would put him much closer to getting advanced in the championship points ranking here in Florida.
Keeps adding more and more points. Even just 15, that's still a little bit more. You can add to your championship points and possibly get a Worlds invite. And I have no doubt that he's going to go very far with this team today, whether it's between today or possibly if he's going to take it to Atlanta in a couple of weeks from now.
Exactly. We've seen a lot of Calyrex Ice Riders today. What I would be interested to see is a Calyrex Ice Rider, the Ditto Mat, because we've seen a lot of Calyrex Ice Riders and a lot of Shadow Riders and a lot of Shadow Riders losing badly to Ice Riders. So I'd be very interested to see how an Ice Rider player would adapt to one of their own.
Yeah, earlier today we saw Adrian. He had his own Ice Rider team with the Decorate boost from the Miracle. It's interesting to see how that plays out between two different Pokemon that can boost their partners, between the Smeargle and the Urshifu, and see how these two Ice Riders can battle against each other.
That's an excellent point, because again, not only have we seen the 3 different Ice Riders, but they've all been completely different teams.
Exactly. Now, I think we're going to go take a look right now, see today's usage stats for today's Premier Challenge.
We can see, to the surprise of nobody, Urshifu Rapid Strike is our most used Pokemon.
61%, my goodness.
Absolutely, that means it is on about 2/3 of all the teams. That Terra Water, Mystic Water, Surging Strikes is just too good to pass up. Rillaboom and Amoonguss we've seen a good bit of, though they haven't done terribly much so far. Incineroar, Chien-Pao, Fluttermane also particularly popular.
Interesting to note, we have the Indeedee at the end. That's actually been tied. We have Indeedee, Iron Hands, and the Single Strike Urshifu. So both Urshifus are top contenders for today's usage stats.
Exactly. It's not technically top 12, but it's tied with the top 12. It's basically top 12. We've seen a lot of Raging Bolt. Interesting to note that we have the same amount of Hearth Flames as we have Cornerstones. We've seen about the same amount here on stream. They've both done an okay amount of work, right? They haven't clicked too many follow me's. We've seen some Hearth Flames winning. We've seen some Cornerstones winning. We've seen them mostly just struggling against Trick Room. We've also, despite the fact that Pelipper is one of the most used Pokemon, the fact that we've seen it on so many teams, have we actually seen Pelipper enter a game yet?
I don't believe so.
No. Despite the fact that it is like the Florida Pokemon, and despite how many teams it's on, we have not actually seen one be used here on stream yet.
Hopefully, with some of these players that we've been seeing on stream here today, we'll see them later on as we go into our top cut later this afternoon. But I'm still very impressed with what our players have been able to accomplish with these Pokemon today.
Exactly. That Raging Bolt, especially, it's interesting how Chien-Pao all the way through Raging Bolt are all tied up, but some of them have definitely been putting in more effort than others here on stream. As we mentioned, we've seen very few Pelippers, seen a lot of Landorus, and a lot of Raging Bolts, and anytime Chien-Pao or Fluttermane come out, they don't seem to do terribly much before getting taken down by Urshifus or by Zamazentas.
My goodness, those Zamazentas were just ruthless against the poor Fluttermane in that round 1 today. We got the usage stats for our restricted Pokemon today. No surprise, a lot of Calyrex in both Shadow Rider and Ice Rider. I'm a little ashamed to say, well, we got a lot of Zamazenta here today also. Just as many as we do Shadow Rider here today. There's been a lot of adjustment. A lot of players have been taking interest into Koraidon lately, more so than even Miraidon and Kyogre itself.
Very interesting to see. Again, Miraidon has traditionally been touted as one of the best restricted Pokemon ever, and certainly one of the top Pokemon in Reg G, winning Worlds 2024. It was interesting to see it down here with Terapagos and tied with Zacian Crown, which, by the way, these are not just the top 8, these are the only 8 restricted Pokemon that have shown up here today. So again, yeah, there's a lot of Calyrexes. Interesting that we have only seen the Calyrex Ice Rider versus Shadow Rider. Despite Ice Rider's overwhelming popularity, we still haven't seen any Ice Rider Dittos yet. Very interested to see.
Hopefully both of those Shadow Rider players did make it into the top cut today. I'm anticipating seeing a lot of strong battles right here, but there is a lot of potential because we have, it seems like a lot of Zamazentas. They can probably overwhelm these two Calyrex Pokemon later on if they're all in the top cut today with the Wide Guard.
Yeah, Wide Guard is an extremely powerful tool against Calyrex, especially the Ice Rider variant, because you have that super effective Heavy Slam, whereas you don't have as many Calyrex Shadow Rider. Now, what's interesting is we did see Terapagos. We have not seen any of, outside of the top 3, we've only seen one of these other Pokemon. There are still 4 other Restricteds running around that we have not had a chance to take a look at yet. In too many Calyrex matches. So it'll be interesting to see if any of those rarer Pokemon make it into the top 8.
Oh, I would love to see any of these restricted Pokemon make it into the top 8, especially the Koraidon, Miraidon, Kyogre, or Zacian, because they're so rare to see, and I just want to see some different adaptations, see frankly, some different battles today, because we've seen so many horses battling against each other that I think it might be pretty interesting to see what other players who brought different restricted Pokemon can do in these matchups.
Yeah, I think we were living on a ranch with all these horses, but yeah, it would be interesting to see not only we've already seen the Terapagos, but I would be very interested to see how these other Pokemon perform and how differently their teams are built.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what we can expect later on in the Top Cut. But that's going to do us for round 5 right now. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with Top Cut momentarily. So stick around and have a good day. know, he's just
Welcome back to the stream. We are here for Top Cut at the Oviedo Mall VGC Challenge. We are joined for the Top Cut by our co-host, Samuel Substitute. Why don't you introduce yourself, Samuel? Fascinating. We're also super excited for Top Cut. Why don't you go ahead and introduce our Top Cut our first matchup for the Top Cut here? No, you, not the substitute.
no. I just want to give him an opportunity, you know.
Okay.
All right, so we got in our top cut, we got Ryan Gordon versus Anthony Esposito. We have Landon Borjal versus Jonathan Martin. Adrian Herida versus Raymond Heaney. And we got Hayden Owens versus Matthew Laughlin.
So we've got a lot of returning names from our stream so far, with the only one we haven't seen being Raymond, which means we're unluck because Adrian versus Raymond is going to be our first stream match of the Top Cut. So it is going to be a chance to see our final Top Cut contender, and it is going to be an interesting match. We were discussing earlier how we wanted to see some of those less used Pokemon. Raymond is our champion out here with Zacian. He's going to be the only one running it here today.
Zacian is a really interesting Pokemon. It did get a nerf at the beginning of Scarlet and Violet because now it can only get that Intrepid Sword ability activated once for the whole battle. But even then, with its high attack stat and that attack boost, it can still do a ton of damage throughout the battles, and you have to be prepared for that.
Absolutely. And again, Adrian is running his Calyrex Ice Rider team. So Zacian is going to have a good matchup in the Calyrex Ice Rider. On paper, we'll have to see whether or not Adrian's other Pokemon, specifically teammates like Raging Ball or Torkoal, can put more pressure on that Zacian. Something to note is that this Calyrex, as Brendan was pointing out earlier, most Calyrex Ice Riders run high horsepower as their coverage move to hit steel types. This Calyrex Ice Rider is running close combat, which cannot hit Zacian super effectively, meaning that Ice Rider has a little bit of a worse matchup into Zacian than normal. But again, it has some really scary teammates with that firepower Torkoal that are going to put some pressure on that Zacian.
One of the things I'm noticing right now, because of Adrian's team, as we've seen before today, has a lot of redirecting Pokemon. Raymond's team is mostly Pokemon that just hit single targets, whatnot, so it's going to be very tricky for him to really break into that Calyrex Ice Rider with so many strong targeting attacks.
We might see our first weather war of the day, because we've got that Torkoal with the Drought, likes to set up the sun, seriously threaten Pokemon like Rillaboom and Zacian with those fire moves. But on the other hand, we have that Pelipper with the Drizzle and the Weather Ball that turns into a water-type move. It's going to put the pressure on that Torkoal and is going to maybe prevent those fire moves from doing as much damage as they would into the Zacian.
No doubt about it. With Raymond's Pelipper will be a very important asset for this battle. Not only being able to control the weather, but it does have Wide Guard, so it is one more tool that it can use against Adrian's Calyrex Ice Rider, being able to block off any Glacial Lances.
Exactly. This might be the first match we've seen where that Landorus and that Rillaboom are not immediately threatened and deleted by that Glacial Lance, because we've seen time and again those Glacial Lances have done so much damage to those Grass-type Pokemon, and that Landorus, whenever it comes out, generally forced into that Terra Water. But this time, that, as you were saying, that Wide Guard on the Pelipper might protect it just enough that it's able to do some serious damage.
All right. I think we're about to get started with our game one right now, and we see the leads. We have Raymond leading with Urshifu, Rapid Strike, and Landorus, while Adrian just leading off with the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Speargle.
We have already seen how devastating this combination can be with that Trick Room and that Glacial Lance, which again is very effective into the Landorus on the field right now, and that Decorate plus the Fake Out and the Spore. In all likelihood, this Smeargle is not going to be faster than Urshifu or the Landorus. Could never say for sure though. But that Spore is going to be slightly less threatening. That Fake Out and that Decorate are not going to be any less threatening.
Seeing its Terascalization already at the start of this battle is going to be the Landorus Terascalizing into a water type, so we'll be able to take a lot more of these Glacial Lances coming out from the Calyrex Ice Rider. And then I think, yeah, we got another terrestrialization on Adrian's side. He's going to take a terrestrialization for his Smeargle into a grass type. That's actually going to be pretty helpful right there, because one of the things that can be really easy pickings for a Urshifu Rapid Strike into Smeargle is just to break its Focus Sash and then still do continual damage to it. But no, Raymond just is opting to go for the Surging Strikes into the Calyrex Ice Rider instead. Just want to do some immediate damage to this powerful Pokemon. But the Sandsear Storm misses both targets.
Oof.
Oh,
Both the resisted
And
Smeargle and the Calyrex, and it gets put to sleep as punishment for its sins.
oh my goodness. It's going to be a tough pickup from this point onwards, because now Adrian has pretty good positioning right now. He has able to take a few hits with his Smeargle, and even then, I don't think this Urshifu Rapid Strike is going to be able to knock it out with the Surging Strikes on its own. And even then, it might just get redirected by that Smeargle's Follow Me attack.
Exactly, and because it's gone for that Terra Grass, it is now resisted. Again, that Urshifu choice lock into Surging Strikes. It cannot click anything else. But it seems like the Smeargle is not going to go for the resisted redirect, instead just letting Calyrex get down right into the red. As you were pointing out earlier, Brendan, this Urshifu does not have the Mystic Water, and it does not have the Terra Water. It is the generally weakest of the Urshifus that we have seen today, which is going to be why it's not going to two-shot that Calyrex.
Alright, Glacial Lance going into both Pokemon after a Decorate boost, but looks like both Pokemon are able to survive a attack, so now we can have to see what Raymond can do to adjust, because they are both on the brink of fainting from a follow-up attack this turn.
And like we were saying, that might be the least offensive Urshifu, but it might be one of the most defensive as well. It was able to survive the Glacial Lance and a +2 Glacial Lance. Yes, it was resisted, but we've seen how much that Glacial Lance can do even to 4 times resists like Heatran. Now we get to see that Zacian come out as the Smeargle finally goes for Follow Me. Will the Landorus wake up?
Oh
and
my
it
goodness,
will.
it woke up immediately. Oh no, not another.
And
Oh,
it
this,
immediately misses
We're in
another
matter most
Sandsteer
into-
Storm.
into that Calyrex Ice Rider, who's now going to set the Trick Room and have total control of the speed throughout the next 5 turns of this battle.
That is going to be something very unfortunate for that Landorus. That is 2 Sandsear Storm misses. That is an 80% accurate move. It is missed both times. Either one would have prevented Trick Room from going up and would have put Raymond in a considerably better position. He's still playing pretty well so far. He's got his Landorus's the Terra Water, survived a long time. That Zacian protected itself. It is not going to take any damage from the incoming Glacial Lance, but that will KO the Landorus, and it will give Calyrex Ice Rider another boost to its attack, putting it at what, +4 now?
No, we're up +3, I believe. It already got the Decorate boost, and now it's knocked out this one.
But didn't it KO the Urshifu?
No, Urshifu switched out. It went into
Oh,
the
you're right.
Zacian.
I have
Zacian
the
is
memory of a
still-
Chi-Yu.
No, it's okay. Got Zacian's still around. You got the Pelipper.
We've got Toilet Dog, the Pelipper, coming out. It's going to set up that Drizzle. That is going to weaken any potential Fire-type attacks from Torkoal. Though if Torkoal did switch in, its Drought would reset. That, as we were mentioning earlier, despite the fact that it is not the super effective high horsepower, the high base power of close combat, and that +3 attack, still just going to KO Zacian in 1 hit with that neutral non-stab attack.
That's a really rough position for Raymond right there, but he is able to knock out the Pelipper with the Rain Ball. Weather Ball.
The question is, can that now sleeping Pelipper and this mortally wounded Urshifu close it out against the last 3 of Adrian's Pokemon with another 2 or 3 turns of Trick Room remaining?
Adrian's going to send out the Torkoal now with Raymond at his last 2 Pokemon, I believe. That means that Adrian has total control of the weather at this point in the battle. And even though Urshifu is pretty strong, with Torkoal's massive defense stat, it is not going to be doing a whole lot of damage with these weekend Surging Strikes, and Raymond's just going to close it out with this forfeit for game 1.
I think that might be the first time so far today that we've seen a miss from a Pokemon. Aside from the one Draco Meteor earlier, everyone's been playing it very safe with extremely accurate moves. Even seeing that one Torkoal go for Weather Ball for the guaranteed KO instead of gambling on a Heat Wave. Here we saw a player gamble on Sandsear Storm twice and get absolutely betrayed both times by failing to take out that Calyrex Ice Rider.
Interesting to know when I'm seeing all the amount of damage that his Raymond's Landorus is able to do on its own. It is actually very threatening into Adrian's team when throwing out the Sandsear Storms. I'm thinking a potential adjustment might be to be more aggressive with Sandsear Storm and bring in Pelipper so it doesn't miss as often, because even what it did on its own for what damage it could do was actually pretty interesting. So I like to see maybe he can try maybe adjusting to a strategy like that more often.
Yeah, like you were saying, even with the resisted hit on that Smeargle, that Sandsear Storm still did like 80%. And if Raymond did lead with the Pelipper and the Landorus, that Wide Guard would prevent Landorus from being forced to Terra so early. But
Correct. With the Wide Guard, you know, if Adrian leads this with the Calyrex again, then that possibly means... Oh, and we will see.
And once again, we're going to see the same leads from both players, I believe. We see that Urshifu and that Landorus on Raymond's side. We're going to see that Calyrex and that Smeargle on Adrian's side. Now, something interesting to note, Adrian did not go for the Fake Out last game. He decided to go for the Spores and the Decorates primarily instead, knowing that Fake Out pressure is scary enough on its own, but Raymond anticipated the lack of Fake Out last game and just attacked, did not waste any time protecting. We're going to see that Terra Water Landorus instantly again. We're going to see maybe Raymond's hoping for a run back of the same thing as last time, but with a little better luck.
Yeah, we're going to see terrestrialization from both sides of the party. It's the same Pokemon, I believe, as Game 1 with, yeah, we got the grass on the Smeargle right now, taking resisted hits from potentially any Surging Strikes from Urshifu Rapid Strike on the other side of the field. Calyrex is going for a Protect right now.
But it's not going to protect it from Urshifu's Unseen Fist. It's going to go for a U-turn this time. It's not going to stay in and try and force out that damage with Surging Strikes. You know that's not a 2-hit KO. Instead, he's just going to pivot directly into that Pelipper, that Toilet God. One more time, you're going to set up the rain. You're going to have that Wide Guard on deck. But this Smeargle...
We're going
to see what the Smeargle goes
regardless,
for. Yeah.
It still has a focus action, so it can live a hit. I believe it's probably just going to go for a Spore again into the Landorus slot, which makes it a lot harder now for Raymond to do consistent damage. He can do what he can with the Calyrex Ice Rider. If he... Adrian's going to go for the Glacial Lance. We'll see if Raymond just wants to play defensively, see if he can prolong enough to get a Landorus to wake up sooner, so that way he can start dishing out more damage. No, that is not happening right now, and both of Raymond's Pokemon are fast asleep on the field. It is nap time right now.
I'm feeling a little eepy. An interesting thing, or a potential play that could occur, is that Weather Ball from that Pelipper is not a Water-type move. That Weather Ball is not a Water-type move. It changes its typing depending on the weather. If Adrian ever decides to send in that Torkoal, then it would change that move to a Fire-type move, allowing it to do super effective damage against both Pokemon currently on the field. That is something that Adrian needs to be aware of. As powerful as Torkoal is, it could also give his opponent a devastating advantage. But it seems like he's just going to go for the Trick Room.
Trick Room is set up, which means now that Adrian has better speed control in this matchup. It seems like with both the Raymond's Pokemon asleep right now, it's going to be very tricky for Raymond to really adjust at this point. But he's going to switch out his Smeargle enough and go straight into Torkoal, get better control of the weather right now.
So again, that thing I was saying about Weather Ball could occur here. Toilet Dog is going to wake up. That Pelipper is going to go for the wide guard. I do not want to know why I keep calling it by its nickname. I apologize. But that Pelipper is going to go for a wide guard. He's not going to protect the Landorus, which is going to go down to that close combat from the Calyrex Ice Rider. Going to put Raymond a little bit on the back foot here.
Landorus going down right now and getting another attack boost to Calyrex. Maybe Calyrex honestly just doesn't need to do a whole lot of damage. There is a situation now because the sun is active in a bit of reverse. Now Pelipper has the opportunity to go for potentially any fire weather balls into the Calyrex, which would be a very interesting play to see. I don't know if it'll do how much damage it'll do, but it can very much turn this game around potentially.
Exactly. The interesting thing to watch is whether or not that Pelipper is going to go for a wide guard or whether it's going to go for an attacking move, or also whether or not it's up. Like, it's asleep for now. It did not go for the wide guard. It did go for the attacking move because we did not get the sleep proc yet, but it is going to go down to that Torkoal's Eruption. Going to leave Raymond with his last two Pokemon taken.
Yeah, he's got his, I believe he still has his Urshifu Rapid Strike in the back right now, and the Zacian, which is a lot of power. He's going to have to probably find a different way to knock out this Torkoal, which is going to be a very dangerous team. I believe the Torkoal, it is choice specs, so, and the game is about over. I think Raymond knew where writing was and is going to forfeit right now.
Where was the writing, Brendan?
It was on the wall. It's just very bad situation. He had no rain. He had Torkoal that was just ready to do so much damage. His weakened water moves just couldn't do anything.
You can really see that Calyrex Ice Rider once again earning its keep, and so is that Smeargle, that Decorate, allowing that Calyrex Ice Rider to get boosts so fast. It's able to click that neutral close combat and Oko Zacian from full Under Trick Room. Zacian was not able to come out in time to threaten the Calyrex. Even if it had, it would have had to deal with the Smeargle's redirection, but it was just not able to do enough damage fast enough to consistently threaten that Calyrex Ice Rider.
I tell you, Adrian, he played this game really well. He knew exactly how to maneuver his Pokemon and just get the right boost at the right time. And it's always interesting to see. I see so many people, they play their Calyrex Ice Riders. They want to go for Trick Room right away. You don't need to do it every time, like immediately turn one. Do it when it's most optimal. Because even if your Calyrex Ice Rider is moving last, it's still doing a lot of damage.
Still not taking very much damage either.
It's such a bulky Pokemon. You really got to be able to and know what you want to do. But because just raw damage alone is not enough to take out a Calyrex Ice Rider.
Especially not with so much support as this. Again, that Terra Grass Smeargle, making sure that it was not going to be threatened by that Sandsear Storm, by that Surging Strikes, or by that close combat. Again, the Decorate, making sure that no matter what, that Calyrex Ice Rider was going to be safe, and it was going to be doing a lot of damage.
As much as I would like to see more of, Raymond 16, because I know he is a very talented player with his Zacian. That's his signature Pokemon right there. He can make it work, honestly. He does so well. But that's going to do it for this round. We're going to continue with our top 4 shortly, right after this break.
Go ahead and sign us out, Samuel. Couldn't have put it better myself. All right, welcome back to the stream. We are here in top 4. That last match was very exciting. There were a lot of other exciting matches that happened off stream. Most were 2-0s. We did finally have a game 3. We did not get to watch it, but hopefully that will change this round. We have Ryan Gordon versus Jonathan Martin. We've got a rematch of the match we already saw on stream. So as we always say, it's going to be very interesting to see how these players adapt. They are both clearly talented. They've gone on great runs so far to make it here to top 4. It's going to be interesting to see what they do differently this time to try and change fate, or whether we're going to see a repeat of a much earlier round.
So it was interesting because this is a repeat of round 2, where we had Ryan Gordon, who actually did not bring his restricted Pokemon, the Calyrex Ice Rider, into either of his 2 matches. And it really goes to show how powerful his team actually was. So we're looking at the bracket right now. We got 2 repeats, actually. We got Ryan Gordon versus Jonathan Martin, and we have Adrian Heredia versus Caden Owens. But when you look previously, we actually had a bit of adjustment because Landon and Jonathan, they were our round 5 battle, and Landon beat Jonathan there. But it seems like Jonathan made the right adjustments and was able to run it back and beat Landon in the top cut, and is now off into the top 4 himself.
Yeah, very interesting. That was the first time we've seen a Shadow Rider beat an Ice Rider, and we didn't get to watch it. But it is good to see there is at least some shakeups happening. We've already seen, again, Jonathan, very talented player, has already adapted and overcome a terrible matchup from before. Will he do it again? Can he once again take that CIR matchup and flip it on its head? He does have that innate advantage of Calyrex Shadow Rider being super effective against Ice Rider. He clearly put it to excellent use here in top 8. Will he be able to do it again in top 4? As Brennan was saying, we have yet to actually see Ryan's Calyrex Ice Rider on stream. It has stayed hidden in the wings this whole time. Will Ryan do that again? And if so, is it worth it bringing Shadow Rider?
Exactly, because even within this team, Shadow Rider, it can't do a lot of damage, especially into some of Jonathan's Pokemon, like, we got his Calyrex Shadow Rider, and the Roaring Moon. It can do some damage, but it's also very tricky, because it's still very weak to Jonathan's own Calyrex Shadow Rider, and doesn't want to take too many ghost attacks. Neither does pretty much anything else on Ryan's team except for Roaring Moon. But we can see our 2 players, they are preparing for this top 4 battle. The
stakes have not been higher yet so far. We have, again, a rematch of round 2. These players have played their hearts out all day. They already fought. They learn from each other. Jonathan, again, we can clearly see, again, has been adapting, been changing his strategies, overcome matchups he previously lost. It's going to be absolutely fascinating to see what he does this time, going into another matchup that he'd previously lost. Again, there's a lot of that. We can also see Jonathan, we keep saying he's talented. Well, there's proof. He got top 128 at the Toronto Regionals earlier this year. So we're not kidding around when we say he's a talented player, as proven by the fact that he's made it up here to top 4, that he has overcome his previous bad matchups. And is he going to do it one more time and make it into our finals here today at the Oviedo Mall?
And that's not to say that Ryan isn't just as capable of winning this whole challenge here today. He has been a very strong player in the past few rounds that we've seen him battling on stream, especially with his very strong Urshifu Rapid Strike, with all the boosts that it's getting between both the Mystic Water and the Terra Water.
As we can see, he has not dropped a game yet. In all 5 rounds this Ryan has played, he has not lost a single one. That Calyrex Ice Rider's threat, whether its presence is there or not, and that devastating Roaring Moon and Urshifu Rapid Strike combo have been carrying him all the way to the top. Will he continue to push through with his unusual playstyle, or will he finally meet his match?
Jonathan, as much as he's had a hard time in the past round against Ryan's team, he's still a very skilled player. He can make the adjustments to do exactly what he might need to do to really turn this battle around and really run it back after a tough matchup in round 2.
And it's a very good team. He's got that the same Roaring Moon that Ryan has been using. Such an advantage. Got that Terra Ghost Shadow Rider. That Astral Barrage does a lot of damage. He also has that Terra Water Surging Strikes Urshifu that, again, we've been seeing so much work from Ryan. We haven't seen the Wheezing yet, but we have seen the Iron Hands put in some deep work. So it's going to be interesting to see, again, whether or not Jonathan chooses the same leads as before and play differently, or whether he's got a whole new strategy up his sleeve using, again, this team has a lot of different things it can do.
All right, so we're seeing some leads right now. We have Ryan leading off with the Urshifu Rapid Strike and the Roaring Moon, and on Jonathan's side, we are also seeing a Roaring Moon and a Iron Hands. Now, it's interesting to note that Jonathan's Roaring Moon booster entry did activate before Ryan's, so it might be something to know for later, just in case, with that speed advantage right now.
Exactly. It could be a speed tie, or it could be very telling that Jonathan's Roaring Moon has the speed advantage. But what's going to be interesting is to see what the Iron Hands does here. The Roaring Moons can't hit each other very hard. They're both dark type, so they both resist each other's knockoff. Neither one is a stab acrobatics right now. Whereas both of the Roaring Moon's partners are fighting types that seriously threaten those Roaring Moons unless they Terra.
But interesting to know, actually, with Ryan's Urshifu Rapid Strike, it actually doesn't have any fighting moves on hand. It has just water. So even in this matchup, as much as it can do so much damage with water moves alone, it might be tricky when paired up against the Jonathan's Roaring Moon.
We can see that not only does Ryan immediately go for that Terra Water, that devastating Surging Strikes we've already seen, but it doesn't get a chance to do it thanks to Iron Hand's Fake Out. Jonathan using that, again, we see that Roaring Moon outspeeding Ryan's Roaring Moon. Ryan's Roaring Moon going for that acrobatics, whereas Jonathan's sets up that Tailwind, making sure it is faster for the foreseeable future.
Ryan opting to go for...
But we'll see what they go for, right? Yeah. For now, again, it's going to be interesting. Normally, when we see Ryan decimating enemy teams, he's doing it with that Tailwind setup and with that Surging Strikes, Mystic Water. It's interesting to see now his opponent got their Tailwind up first. So we're going to have to see how exactly he plays this differently. We do see the Urshifu go for the Surging Strikes after taking a knockoff, removing that Mystic Water, lowering Surging Strike's power a little bit, and it looks like this Iron Hands is going to survive. It looks like knocking off that Mystic Water did make a big difference. That extra 20% of power from the Mystic Water might have been enough to KO the Iron Hands, but instead, it's going to bring the enemy Roaring Moon really low and heal up all the way back above half.
Urshifu being in a position now where it might not be able to take another hit from either of Jonathan's Pokemon. And even then, we have Ryan, his own Roaring Moon was brought down to such low HP after being able to live a Surging Strikes from the Urshifu. That knockoff really did matter in the long run, being able to recover so much HP afterwards. It might be able to take another Surging Strikes this turn. We're going to see a Terrestrialization coming out from Jonathan's side. He is going to go for the Terra Water, so it's going to be able to stick around for just a little bit longer against Ryan's Pokemon.
And as you were saying, this Urshifu does not have any fighting type moves. That means it is unable to threaten even neutral damage on either Pokemon. If both Pokemon on Jonathan's team are going to resist that Surging Strikes, powerful as it is not going to be doing very much right now. But Ryan decides to go for the double protect. He's going to protect both of his Pokemon, stall out a little bit more of Jonathan's Tailwind, and maybe see what Jonathan is trying to do here, maybe trying to gather a little bit of information. Again, we still haven't seen either of these trainers' Pokemon they've gotten back. We've only seen their leads so far, who've been absolutely slugging it out, knocking off and acrobaticsing, Surging Strikes in each other. So it's interesting to see. We can see another acrobatics comes out, and Urshifu survives just barely.
Ooh.
Again, without that Terra flying, that acrobatics is not stab. It's not going to do that much, and it's going to let Urshifu taunt the Roaring Moon, making sure that Roaring Moon will not be able to get up another Tailwind once it goes down. You can see not only does Iron Hand survive Roaring Moon's acrobatics, but that allows it to go for Drain Punch, finishing off that massive threat on Ryan's team.
Urshifu going down right now, and which gives Jonathan a bit of an advantage right now out of a 4-3. We're going to see Ryan, he's immediately switching into his landers. Interesting to peek again. I don't think I saw the Calyrex on Ryan's team. He's still just doesn't need it, so.
Doesn't seem like it, no. So we've got that, again, this is the Life Orb landers with that Red Sandseer Storm that we have already seen betray a few players, and also that devastating Earth Power. Again, the Roaring Moon, because it is not terrestrializing to a flying type, it is vulnerable to that Earth Power. That Iron Hands with only resisted move, and then that not particularly powerful Heavy Slam. I don't know, you have any idea what the base power of Iron Hands Heavy Slam on Lando is?
Oh, I couldn't tell you either way. I don't
The
use.
point is either resisted moves or non-stab moves from the Iron Hands, and if we are going to see the Earth Power come out into the Iron Hands, removing that in for good, so it cannot threaten Ryan's Roaring Move with those fighting type moves any longer.
Jonathan going for the knockoff into the landers does a little over half damage, a lot of damage right there. And we see Jonathan's Tailwind does go down. So now,
No, Ryan's Tailwind has gone down.
right, and now we've got
Now we see the Calyrex Shadow Rider come in. Now, remember, that Urshifu of Ryan's haunted the enemy Roaring Moon. Ryan can outspeed and set up... Actually, no, Ryan can't outspeed. Because remember, we've seen Jonathan's Roaring Moon outspeed Ryan's over and over again. So unless this happens to be a speed tie, Ryan will not be able to get up a Tailwind before the enemy Roaring Moon finish off Ryan's roll.
Jonathan going for the acrobatics into Roaring Moon, knocking it out. It's a free hit for Jonathan to hit into the Landorus. With the Astral Barrage, we're going to see how much damage this does. Be a little bit... Oh, it's going to just knock it out. Oh,
This is going to finish the
there we go.
Landorus off. So again, we see, despite the fact that Urshifu used Taunt on Roaring Moon, preventing it from setting up another Tailwind, that Roaring Moon being faster than Ryan's ended up making a big difference. And now, all we've got is one Ogerpon versus a +1 Calyrex Shadow Rider, a Roaring Moon, and we still have Jonathan's 4th Pokemon in the back, don't we?
Yeah, I believe so. But at this point, it's very interesting because Thor has been able to turn this game around so much. It's amazing to see all the adjustments he's made into his battle between keeping his Calyrex Shadow Rider in the back and going for different leads in this battle. Now being in a position where he can most likely take game 1 right here and now.
Yeah, I will say, after today's stream, I am definitely a Roaring Moon convert. We have seen that thing over and over again, decimate team after team, and even now, the one thing that beat Roaring Moon was a faster Roaring Moon.
Maybe that's all you really need to really catch up in these battles.
Again, he figured out what he did wrong in round 2, and he adapted. He brought the same tools that previously laid him low, and now he's up 1-0.
Looking very relieved right now, but he's still contrary. He knows he got one game off of Ryan right now, but he still has one more to do if he wants to make it into the finals for today's PGC League Challenge.
In fact, we'd be foolish to count Ryan out so far. Again, he has been absolutely dominant today. I do not think he will take this lying down. Again, we've still never actually seen his Calyrex Ice Rider. And an interesting thing to note, again, that Ice Rider would be very devastating under Trick Room. Again, that Roaring Moon and that Calyrex Ice Rider do not really like Trick Room being up. They do not like having to deal with Calyrex's Glacial Lances. They do not like Amoongus's Spores. So while Ryan has typically gone fast and furious with his Roaring Moon and his Urshifu, With that not working this time, he might try the other team that we have not yet seen.
It might be finally time to see Calyrex Ice Rider come out. It would be very interesting to turn the tides around. Because if going fast isn't good enough, then you might have to just go the opposite direction.
Exactly. If you can't beat him, join him. That's what Jonathan did. So Ryan's might go, if you can't beat him, do the opposite of what they're doing.
And even then, Ryan still has not like the Calyrex Ice Rider is his only slow Pokemon. He still has a Moongus in the back, which can be very dangerous, getting off any spores that can really slow down Jonathan's momentum and with screeching halt. And then, while Calyrex can just easily pick off his Pokemon.
Both players are taking a long time thinking about what they're going to do. This is a big match. Again, this is match point. If Jonathan wins this, he's going to finals. Ryan going to need to figure out what he's going to do to bring this back, to get one on the board, to make sure that he stands a chance of making it to the top 2.
All right, I think our game 2 is about to start. And it's interesting to see how these two players, they just made it so far, and yet there's still such a heated battle at the moment. So we got 2 leads right now. We got Iron Hands and Roaring Moon from Jonathan's side. We got Landerson and Roaring Moon from Ryan's side. A bit of adjustment right there. We're going to see how that fares.
Yeah, we see Jonathan is doing the same thing as last time. He knows what works, so he's going to do it again. Ryan, for I believe the first time on stream, after losing, he is finally adapting. He's going with something other than Roaring Moon. He's going with Roaring Moon Landorus. That Landorus is going to be really good into that Iron Hand. It either forces it to Terra Water or threatens it with a devastating, super effective Earth Power. Even though this Iron Hands, I believe it's Assault. Even though it's Assault Vest, Life Orb, Sheer Force, Earth Power is still going to do a lot of damage, assuming if Life Orb does not get knocked off by Roaring Moon.
You're going to see a Terrestrialization right now coming from, I believe that is Ryan's Roaring Moon, turning into a pure Flying type right now. So it can get some good damage off, maybe doing acrobatics. And we see another Terrestrialization is, if I had to make a guess, it is going to be, yes, it is the Iron Hands, turning back into a water type, and to be able to take better hits, especially from the Landorus' Earth Power attacks.
Okay, so we see that Iron Hands is not weak to Earth Power, and the Roaring Moon is no longer weak to Iron Hand fighting. And remember, even though Iron Hands is an electric type, it does not have any electric type moves. There's no Thunder Punch, no Wild Charge, no Supercell Slam, no Terra Blast Electric. It is going to be stuck clicking. That Drain Punch is not going to do very much. It's only going to do about 40 damage at a 200. It's going to do about 1/5 of its HP, leaving it free to click some devastating moves going forwards.
Ryan in a position right now, he could even though Tailwind is up on Jonathan's side, he could still, he's going to go for Protect already.
Make sure that Roaring Moon does not go down to Lander. Looks like we're going to see a knockoff into the Iron Hands. It's going to remove that Assault Vest. And that's going to allow Landorus' Sandsear Storm to do a little bit more damage than it would have. Yeah, will it land? And it does land. And that is going to do a lot of damage to Iron Hands. Thing to note, despite the fact that Sandsear Storm normally has a, 30% chance to burn or something? Because of sheer force, it is in fact stronger, but does not have that burn chance anymore.
Yeah, so Ryan is in a very good position to just get out a couple of knockouts. Both of Jonathan's Pokemon are weak. We're going to see a knockoff into the Landorus. Going to remove its Life Orb, but I still don't think that will be enough. He is going for a Earth Power just to make sure he can knock out something this turn.
Key thing to note is, again, now that Sandsear Storm will be able to burn, or it would if Landorus did not get taken down by a Heavy Slam. So that is going to do almost half. Who might have done more, we'd have to see. But we can tell that clearly that is still a good move to click against the Landorus, despite the fact that it is not a stab move. Iron Hands is heavy enough that it's still going to do a good chunk of damage. Now we see the Urshifu coming out on both sides, actually. One side definitely prefers to see that, as we have that Terra Flying Roaring Moon that's going to be super effective against the Urshifu, whereas the Urshifu on Ryan's side is only going to have resisted hits with those water moves. Terra Water Iron Hand and the
I think it's going to be okay because Ryan, he still has his Roaring Moon. He can go for a Terrifying Acrobatics and knock it out in one hit. That Urshifu is down already. And then Ryan, he still has his own Urshifu. Can do a bit of damage right here. Might be enough. It probably will be enough to knock out this Iron Hands from this small range.
Yeah, it looks like that Mystic Water Surging Strikes, even without the Terra Water, is still going to do enough to finish off Iron Hands. You're going to have, I believe that Jonathan will be down to his last his last Pokemon. One Pokemon left for Jonathan, 3 Pokemon left for Ryan. Like Ryan has in fact successfully managed to turn this game around, even without Calyrex Ice Rider. Still haven't seen that guy.
I don't know where he is.
You think this guy was playing Reg F or something? We haven't seen a single restricted.
But we got Jonathan. He's bringing in his Calyrex Shadow Rider. He's going to do as much damage as he can. It's going to be very hard. He's still relying on his Focus Sash to do attacks. He might be able to knock out Ryan's own Urshifu with maybe a Psychic attack, but still, Ryan has 2 Pokemon in the back. Will they be able to do enough damage to defeat Jonathan in this late game scenario?
Yeah, so what to remember is that Roaring Moon is going to be faster than the Calyrex, and that's just going to KO it flat out. That is going to be it for Game 2, and for the first time today on stream, we are going to a Game 3. Again, both of these players, we've been talking them up so much, and you can see why neither of these players are willing to go down without a fight. They are constantly adapting. They're constantly changing their game plans to figure out what they did wrong in the last game that let them lose, and they are coming back swinging, desperately clawing for that chance to get in the top 2.
These players are very resilient. They both have a game in this round right now. They've both seen what they can do. Jonathan has the potential to really change it around and be able to secure a victory and make it to the finals. But it's going to be very tough because Ryan is just as willing to adapt just to make sure that he can take that top seed also.
Exactly. Even though Ryan brought the same 4 Pokemon last game, just changing the order a little bit gave him a huge advantage in that lead and then allowed him to take the game over Jonathan, keeping the Urshifu in the back, saving it for when he really needed it against that Calyrex to break that Focus Sash, and letting the Landorus do a whole bunch of damage against the Roaring Moon Iron Hand. Question is, will Jonathan bring that same lead that's worked once but not twice, or will he switch it up and go with something different for Game 3?
It's interesting because even aside from the change in leads for Ryan in this game too, he also did the Terra Flying on his Roaring Moon, which made it more interesting because that removed its fighting weaknesses, which made it a lot harder for Jonathan's Iron Hands to adapt.
Yeah, I think this is the first time today that we've actually seen that Roaring Moon Terastallize. Most of them have stayed Dark and Dragon the whole time, but again, knowing that Iron Hand doesn't have any electric, carrying into a flying type and letting that Acrobatics rip ended up being a brilliant adaptation for Ryan. Despite how powerful that Terra Water, Mystic Water, Surging Strikes is, Ryan knows when it's time to throw in the towel and was able to switch up his Terra for great effect. We're going to be jumping here into Game 3, our first of the night. I am very excited to see what these players do here, because these are both extremely talented players, and this is for nearly all the marbles. This is for top 2. This is to figure out who the finalists are going to be. We're going to see the Roaring Moon and the Iron Hands once again from Jonathan, and the Landorus and the Roaring Moon once again from Ryan.
Same leads as last round, so we got to see if any other adjustments might be made. Maybe Ryan would go for a different terrestrialization. Maybe Jonathan will go for switching out. It's all up in the air at this point in the battle. But there's so many different possibilities that we can count on happening in this final game between these two players.
Exactly. One of the big questions is going to be, again, like you were saying, what these players have in the back. Are we going to finally see that Calyrex Ice Rider? We have that Urshifu and that Shadow Rider in the back. And can Jonathan, again, that Shadow Rider is a very powerful Pokemon. If Jonathan can get the Tailwind advantage, start clicking those Terra Ghost Astral Barrages, that's going to do a lot of damage, especially if Roaring Moon flying.
Looks like like Ryan is opting to go for probably a similar strategy for what he went for in game 2. You can see a terrestrialization happening right now. We got the terrestrialization on Ryan's Roaring Moon back into the flying type again. Set up tailwinds or do boosted acrobatics attacks.
And is going to make it more resistant to Iron Hand's fighting attacks, but it's going to make it weaker to potential Calyrex Astral Barrage in the well.
Fake out goes into the Landorus. Not doing any damage this turn, but not a lot of damage either, but that's okay. I think
we can see Tailwind has gone up on both sides of the field, meaning that neither is going to have any speed advantage for the remainder of the game, making it also much harder for Calyrex Shadow Rider to operate in the future. It won't be able to outspeed that Roaring Moon. It's 4 times effective knockoff.
Seems to me like Jonathan or Ryan's going for a pretty strong play into this next round. I think he wants to really just try to hammer it in, try to get a few quick knockouts if he can, just to make sure that he can always have the upper advantage in this battle, because that Iron Hands is a pretty difficult Pokemon. Even if it terrestrializes, it can do some big damage potentially to either of these Ryan's Pokemon.
Yeah, but the issue is, again, that Roaring Moon is going to prove to be a big issue. Doesn't have an item. Jonathan's Roaring Moon can't or its knockoff is going to be relatively weak at only 65 base power. You're going to have Iron Hand's Heavy Slam, assuming it survives, which is not going to do. It's not going to survive very long at this rate, given how low its HP is. But it's only going to have that medium Heavy Slam and that not very effective fighting for that Roaring Moon. That Roaring Moon not only threatens Urshifu and Calyrex in the back, if that's what Jonathan has, but it resists just about everything on the field now.
Players have made their moves, or at least Ryan has. It's interesting because at this point, we have a Protect going into the Landorus right now. Not opting for the quick KO, and then we've got a knockoff into Ryan's Roaring Moon.
That knockoff is not going to do very much. That Acrobatics is going to do a lot, though, to the Roaring Moon. That's the power of that Terra Flying Acrobatics, turning that into a 110 base power stab move. It's going to bring Roaring Moon all the way down into the low yellow, allowing it to be picked off next turn if it doesn't do something major.
All these Pokemon are in range of possibly getting knocked out in this next turn, so anything could really happen between both these players. Maybe want to play Protect something or switch something out for later.
I've already seen this Landorus go for Protect. Probably not going to try and gamble on double Protect. That's, again, only a 1 in 3 chance of working. It's not necessarily worth gambling if you get out into something. Exists a potential knockoff, because again, it still has that Life Orb. Knockoff is going to be the strongest move into it. Heavy Slam probably can. Well, but we're going to see that Landorus just switch out. It's just going to say, no, I don't really feel like risking it right now. I can come back in later and do some major damage. We're going to see Ogerpon Hearthflame come out instead. You see the enemy Roaring Moon go for that Protect. Try and survive a little bit longer. That Iron Hand, both Roaring Moons are going to Protect.
Both Roaring Moons go for the Protect, and then we have Iron Hands going for a Heavy Slam straight into that Roaring Moon, but doesn't do any damage. Ryan, both Tailwinds are out for this, and now we're going to see if they decided to set them back up or go for just an all-out attack.
And Jonathan's positioning is looking a little bit rough, being unable to and still threaten that Roaring Moon, but he does still have his Terra and fully healthy Pokemon in the back. So depending on what those are, how he plays them, that could make a big difference. We are going to see the Ivy Cudgel come out and it's going to finish off that Iron Hands. Iron Hands is done for good. Also allow Jonathan to switch in something free.
Jonathan is able to bring in his Calyrex right now. Now, what I'm thinking is, because even though Calyrex is still very weak to the knockoff from Roaring Moon, it still has its Focus Sash intact.
And it still has access to that Terra Ghost.
And because since Roaring Moon did go for the terrestrialization on his Roaring Moon, that means it is not resisting any more Ghost attack. So Jonathan could potentially be able to turn this game around in a winning position.
Exactly, we've got that Acrobatics from the Roaring Moon on Jonathan's faster than Ogerpon. We've got that Astral Barrage. Astral Barrage plus Acrobatics would probably take out the Ogerpon, but instead we're just going to see the Calyrex go for Protect. It looks like he wants to get a little bit more chip damage with his own Roaring Moon before trying to have Calyrex take it out. We're going to see that Ogerpon protect itself from Acrobatics instead, actually, taking a little bit of damage from that spiky shield. And we're going to see the knockoff come out, but it is going to be blocked by that Protect. We're going to see a turn where not much happens. Tailwind continues to tick down, but both players have the same Tailwind. We're going to see, we're in pretty much the same position, right? Calyrex can put in some big damage, assuming it's able to pick up the KOs, and assuming that Roaring Moon does not get KO'd by the other Roaring Moon. Important thing to note, Jonathan's Roaring Moon is faster, but we're actually going to see Calyrex just switch out here.
Calyrex is switching out into the Urshifu Rapid Strike, full HP. We're going to see how much damage this can potentially do. The Ogerpon does go for the Follow Me, so we're going to see Jonathan's own Roaring Moon go for the Acrobatics, unboosted by any Terrestrialization, but still does a lot of damage into that Ogerpon.
Jonathan is going to remove that Urshifu's safety goggles. Not going to do a lot of damage, and unless Ryan has a Mungus in the back, which I do not believe he does, not really going to help him in the long term. But we do still get to see, again, what these players do with their Roaring Moons. These are incredibly potent field. What each player chooses to do with their Roaring Moon is going to be very telling. And remember, Jonathan still has that Terra Water. He can, or any Terra, he can still go for that Terra Water on his Urshifu. And now that knockoff will still be pretty weak since he's already lost his item.
I still think it's very crucial that Jonathan is able to knock out the Roaring Moon on Ryan's side. That's his key to being able to have the fastest Pokemon on the field, because at this point, a lot of Ryan's Pokemon have taken damage, and if Jonathan can put himself into a scenario where his Calyrex Shadow Rider is the fastest Pokemon on the field, he can go for a Terra Ghost, do as so much damage as possibly can with those Astral Barrages, and may be able to pick up a few KOs before Ryan is able to really counter in.
But neither of these players are willing to take any risks, going for 3 Protects and a Follow Me this turn. Both players are probably going to try and get up their own Tailwind. They have been battling it out for Tailwind for, it's been 8 turns now. This is turn 9, I believe, just based on the Tailwinds alone. They are both adamant about getting speed control. Both players have so many powerful Pokemon on their team, both on the board and in the back. It really does come down to get their big hitter in the right position at the right time with the right Tailwind.
Follow Me coming in from the Ogerpon. We're going to see probably a Aqua Jet going in to knock out. Oh, it does not knock out the Ogerpon. Tailwind coming in from Jonathan's Roaring Moon. We're going to see Ryan probably follow it up with his own Tailwind. Again, we're back where we've been for the past few turns, just constantly setting up Tailwind. We have to be in that same position. These 2 Roaring Moons are so important to these 2 trainers because they need to get the speed up. If Ryan can, if Jonathan can knock out Ryan's Roaring Moon, then he has the upper advantage because there's nothing else that can outspeed a Calyrex Shadow Rider from Jonathan's on Jonathan's side.
Exactly. Neither of these players are taking any chances. With another Spiky Shield and another Protect coming out from the Ogerpon in the Urshifu. Roaring Moon is going to do a little bit of damage to Roaring Moon, and then Roaring Moon is going to hit into Urshifu. Are you confused yet? No? Good. Both of these players, again, they know exactly how much is on the line. They are not willing to take any chances.
Ryan, scouting around, see what he can possibly has left to do in these battles. He's still being undersped by Jonathan's own Roaring Moon, so we can only do so much. And even then, I'm thinking it doesn't matter at this point what happens, because since Jonathan's Roaring Moon can outspeed Ryan's own Roaring Moon, and we're gonna see a Terrestrialization. Actually, if I had to guess, it's gonna be from the Urshifu going for a Terra Water, getting extra damage, probably going to try to go for a knockout into one of Ryan's Pokemon that are such low HP.
And again, both these Pokemon are at or all 4 of these Pokemon, frankly, they're at very low HP. See another Protect coming out from the Roaring Moon, another Follow Me coming out from the Ogerpon. The Urshifu is going to go, well, it has no choice but to go into that Ogerpon. Is going to finish it off with that Aqua Jet and with Terra Water to make sure no chance of missing the KO. That Roaring Moon, doesn't really matter what it does because it's just going to get protected by the enemy room, Lion's team.
Ryan, with one less Pokemon on his side of the team, he still has his own Urshifu, and he still has his Landers in the back. Can he actually make any adjustments to really be able to turn this game around? It's going to be very difficult at this point with Ryan's Roaring Moon at such low HP and the Terra Water boost from Jonathan's own Urshifu being able to throw off any Aqua Jets that might be able to KO the Roaring Moon even sooner.
Again, these players are in a little bit of a mirror with both having a Roaring Moon and an Urshifu Rapid on the field. The Urshifu on Jonathan's team is going to KO Ryan's Roaring Moon, finally getting off that major piece that has been such a threat, such a thorn in Jonathan's side, such a thorn in so many players' sides today. Finally going down.
Ooh.
And we're going to see Ryan's Aqua Jet is not quite able to KO the Roaring Moon on Jonathan's team, and it is just barely going not KO the Urshifu with Acrobatics.
I think Jonathan might actually be in a winning position right now, having both Acrobatics to go straight into the Urshifu and an Aqua Jet to go into the Landorus. We might be able to see Jonathan actually pull it through right now.
Well, an interesting question is going to be which Urshifu is faster, and it looks like that Jonathan's Urshifu is going to outspeed, going to KO Landorus with Aqua Jet before, of course, Ryan uses his own Urshifu to KO Roaring Moon with an Aqua Jet.
All right, I forgot. He's got his own Aqua Jet. But it's okay because in the back, Jonathan still has a full health Calyrex Shadow Rider, and it can just eat any attack and still do some really big damage with Astral Barrage or Psychic and really be able to wrap up this game nice and tidy.
And it looks like Ryan is down to his last Pokemon. It looks like Ryan's luck has finally run out. An absolutely amazing run from an extremely talented player. Again, not seeing that Calyrex Ice Rider once is absolutely hysterical, but also shows how talented he is, being able to make it all the way to top 4 without even needing a restricted Pokemon. But we see Jonathan making it to top 2. He is going to be one of our finalists.
Right
and can you blame him? He has made such a grueling climb, constantly losing to Calyrex Ice Riders and then constantly adapting, coming back, and beating those teams that once gave him so much trouble.
Honestly, it was a really amazing battle just to watch both these players. Like both of them were just so resilient. They did not want to give it up, especially in that late game where they're just constantly protecting each other's Pokemon because they knew as soon as one goes down, it's all going to snowball from there at that point.
Exactly. Both players knew exactly how they wanted their end games to go, and both players played towards it consistently, reliably, and very impressively. But in the end, Jonathan is going to take it. He's going to be one of our finalists. He's going to be one of the 2 with a chance of making it out with the championship title and with that 15 extra championship points for his name.
I think at this point, I mean, we have on the opposing side, we have who was on our side? We had both Adrian and we had who was the other one? It was the
we have Adrian and we have Caden. We're going to see which of them. One of them is going to be our finalist, as well as Jonathan. One of them is going to end in 3rd place.
Right. But with that, we are going to go to a short break right before finals. So stick around because there's a lot more to come. Have a good one now. right, and welcome back to the BG League Challenge here at Versus Games in Oviedo, Florida. We are at the finals now. We got only one match left for today, and it's going to be between Jonathan Martin and Adrian Heredia.
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 We have Adrian Heredia and Jonathan Martin, two players we have seen a few times here on stream, have both made it to the finals, and we are going to see how this goes. We are once again going to see a Calyrex Ice Rider versus a Calyrex Shadow Rider, but man, we have had such a wonderful event here today. We have had so many close games, so many interesting teams, so many talented players, and here we are at our finals with Jonathan and Adrian. We're going to see who makes it the top. If Adrian wins, he's going to get 15 points. If Jonathan wins, if Jonathan loses, he's only going to get 3 points.
No, I believe it's if he wins, he only gets 3 points.
Oh, if he wins, he only gets 3 points.
Because he's been maxing out his BFLs. So all he's doing at this point is just replacing one second place finish with just a first place. 3 points. It's not much, but you know what? Every point counts when you're trying to make it to the world's invites.
That's very true. 75. We'll just say the stakes are a little bit higher for one player than the other.
But it's going to be an interesting match. Both of these players have just been throwing out really strong matches throughout this whole weekend right now. I'm telling you, I am really excited. There's just going to be damage flying everywhere with both of these two Pokemon.
Absolutely. And again, we've been as far as Atlanta goes, it looks like some of our players are planning on bringing these teams to the Atlanta Regionals in, what, 3 weeks?
It's like about 2-3 weeks. I'd say a little less than 2 weeks.
But pretty soon, so these players are going to be bringing their teams. They've shown them off. They've given them their test runs, and we can clearly see both of these players and their teams are just about ready to hit the big leagues. There might be some minor adaptations after today, some minor adjustments, depending on how the players felt their runs went. But overall, we've got some very good teams that have proven a huge menace and to be very adaptable as well. Again, we've got that Jonathan with his Shadow Rider. He went 0-2 against two different Ice Riders, and then went 2-0 and 2-1 against those same players with the same team. So again, these are very talented players and very good teams. So we'll be looking for those at Atlanta. I know I'll be very excited to see how far these players get on the world stage.
Absolutely. These players are doing everything they can. They've built such amazing teams, and they are going to go the distance with them, especially after today. I can tell that these two players have made great teams, and they are going to do very well from here on out, whether it's Atlanta or especially in a couple weeks, or no, next month in May is when we start off with the next regulation. We don't know what it will be, but we know that they're going to be able to bring something really good to the table.
When we see both of our competitors are preparing their teams, we see one more time, we've got that Calyrex Ice Rider and that Calyrex Shadow Rider. It is just more horses. No matter where you look, there are hooves and lances and astral whatevers flying hither and thither. But we've also got, again, pretty diverse teams overall. They both got that Urshifu. But aside from that, but they're not even the same Urshifu. One is Single Strike and one is Rapid Strike. These players have completely different teams. Yes, they're both Calyrex, but they're completely different Calyrexes. Again, we've got that Calyrex Ice Rider with that close combat and that Decorate boost. We've got all that redirection from Smeargle's Follow Me, Edie's Follow Me. We've got those huge offensive threats in those Sun Boosted Eruption, Voice Specs, those Thunderclaps, and those Draco Meteors from the Raging Vault, and those Wicked Blows and close combats from
Adrian's feeling pretty confident with this final match right now. I mean, I'm seeing it right now. He wants to go for Trick Room. He has a bigger advantage with going for Trick Room as his more slow team and really adapt to that and dish out major damage. He also has Torkoal there who can do a lot of damage without having to worry about any change in the weather.
Exactly. The one thing to look out for, we've seen that Adrian does a lot of switching back and forth, right? A lot of getting that Psychic Terrain up, a lot of getting that weather up, a lot of getting Smeargle out of bad situation. One thing we've not seen from Jonathan yet is that Weezing with its Poison Gas and its Toxic Spikes. If Jonathan does bring that Weezing, Toxic Spikes might be really good into this particular matchup just due to how much likes to switch, but again, Adrian didn't make it to top 2 by being a predictable player. He might be able to change the way he's been doing things, avoid falling prey to that strategy if the Jonathan had to go for it.
Yeah, that is one idea about how to take down Adrian's team. You have the Weezing that can do a lot with its neutralizing gas. It can really shut down so many of Adrian's Pokemon, between shutting down potential Psychic Surges from the Indeedee or Drought from Torkoal, and also making it harder for Urshifu, the Single Strike, to be able to do any attacks without its Unseen Fist ability.
And that's a great point you mentioned, yeah, is again, Weezing being able to neutralize Indeedee's Psychic Terrain, is that Iron Hands will still be able to click Fake Out with impunity without having to worry about that potential switch-in that we've been watching so many times. Another thing to mention, though, is that Calyrex Shadow Rider does not have a great matchup here. There are 2 normal types on the team, as well as Urshifu Single Strike, a dark type that's immune to Psychic and resistant to Astral Blast.
Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to have a pretty tough matchup into this final battle here, but Jonathan, he's not one to just cut it short. He knows he's done this matchup before plenty of times, no doubt. In fact, he knows how he can beat these teams and claim the gold for today's event.
One thing we might finally get to see that Shadow Rider click Encore, now that we have a lot more defensive Pokemon in the enemy team and a lot more status moves. We might finally see that Encore come out. As we were mentioning, it can't always just click Astral Barrage, so Encore might be something interesting that might come up today.
It's going to be also pretty challenging too, because I'm noticing that the Weezing does carry Taunt, which can also shut down a lot of Jonathan or Adrian's other Pokemon. May not even be able to set up a Trick Room at all, or just making Smeargle utterly useless if it can adjust. Because even the Weezing, noticing, has Terra Grass, so it can be immune to the spores too.
And as we mentioned once or twice before, this Calyrex Ice Rider does not have high horsepower, instead carrying close combat, which is going to make it a little bit harder for it to deal with that Weezing.
Weezing has very good coverage into Adrian's team. We're going to have to see if Adrian can figure out how to adjust into it in this final match here today. But even then, Jonathan still has the Roaring Moon, which can do big damage into a lot of Adrian's Pokemon, between both Calyrex Ice Rider, the Indeedee, and even just being able to knock off items from whoever. You can knock off the Choice Specs from Torkoal, and also doing damage. It's not going to be doing super powerful eruptions at that point.
Exactly, that Roaring Moon's Dragon typing and that Iron Hand with that Terra Water and that Assault Vest are going to do really well into the Torkoal. We are just going to jump straight in round 1 here. We can see Adrian is leading with that Smeargle and that Calyrex Ice Rider, a devastating combo so many times. Jonathan is going to go with the Weezing. He's going to go with the Weezing and the Iron Hands. That is going to prevent, what is Smeargle's ability? Smeargle's ability is Technician. That's going to lower the power of Fake Out. Overall, not a huge, but every little bit counts. We've seen a number of people surviving on extremely low HP so far, so that might make a difference. Iron Hands is going to lose its Quark Drive, but that wasn't going to activate anyways.
Fake Out into the Smeargle right now. Gonna Fake Out again into Smeargle. And, oh, that's right. The Cobra Cloak from Jonathan is going to be able to not flinch, and then it can go for Taunt into Smeargle. And now Smeargle, it basically can't do any attacks. It is either forced to struggle or switch out in the next turn.
Well, I don't even know if it would struggle. It would just go for a Fake Out and then fail.
Oh, that's right. It can't even do that either.
It cannot do anything. It can do 0 damage, but we do see, again, as Adrian has done so many times, he does not bother clicking Trick Room. He does not need speed advantage. He just goes for a massive Glacial Lance that does a little over half to that Weezing and doesn't do terribly much to the Iron Hands, but still does enough that it doesn't want to take another one.
I think still, at this point, the Smeargle being forced to switch out can put Iron Hands in position where it can just freely do some damage to whatever Adrian decides to bring in right now, which will be the Indeedee. No Psychic Terrain, though, while this Weezing is still around, but it's going to go for the Taunt into the Calyrex Ice Rider right now. Not setting up any Trick Rooms anytime soon. low kick into the Indeedee female. It does about 40%, but a Glacial Lance is just going to come in anyways and knock out this Weezing and leave Iron Hands with just a few HP left.
Yeah, that taunt is very useful for preventing Trick Room from going up, allowing that Calyrex, preventing that Calyrex getting the speed advantage. But again, now it just has +1, and Jonathan is down a Pokemon. He sets up the Psychic Terrain and gets the Psychic Seed proc, increasing its special defense. Something we were mentioning is, again, there are a lot of normal types on team, which is not good for Calyrex, but is very good for that Iron Hands. See Single Strike coming out. We'll have to see how much damage that can do that Calyrex Ice Rider. This is, again, the safety goggles is not threatened by Smeargle's Spore.
Not threatened by Smeargle's Spore, but it is going to be very vulnerable to any potential psychic attacks from that Urshifu right now. See, Adrian's thinking he still has his Indeedee left to set up Trick Room. Does he need it at this moment? Or he might opt to go for a different approach into this Jonathan's Pokemon right now.
You know, Adrian does love just going for that damage. And given how bulky Calyrex Ice Rider is and the fact that it is still at full health, I believe, it is not going to take a whole lot. I don't believe that an Low Kick and Strikes will kill, but maybe that Terra Water Surging Strikes would do enough to prevent that Calyrex Ice Rider from snowballing any further. This would be the first time we've actually seen someone able to shut down that Calyrex Ice Rider today on.
Looks like Single Strike, or the Rapid Strike, the Surging Strikes attack is going to do a little more than 50% into this Calyrex Ice Rider right now. Pretty good damage, if I do say. And the Psychic, boosted by Psychic Terrain, going into Jonathan's Urshifu does get the special defense drop, and it also is possibly in range for another big attack, and it is on such low HP left.
You can see that Low Kick plus Terra Water Surging Strikes is still just not going to do enough to stop that Calyrex Ice Rider. Without a Follow Me, and even without the super effective hit from Indeedee, you're still going to see Jonathan's Iron Hands go down to that Glacial Lance. We're going to see it is now a +2 Calyrex Ice Rider, and that Indeedee, with that Follow Me, is going to make it really difficult for Jonathan to get Calyrex off the field first play.
Interesting to see right now. Jonathan bringing in the Ogerpon means that he did not bring his Calyrex Shadow Rider into this matchup. You probably saw, yeah, it was not very good with so many normal types not being a very optimal for a Ghost type Pokemon to be able to attack. But we have the Indeedee now going for the Terrestrialization into a Dragon type, which means it's going to be able to take any hits from this the Urshifu Rapid Strike, regardless of how much power it has out of those Surging Strikes attacks.
And is going to be resisting all of Ogerpon's moves, those being Fire and Dragon type, and is going to be resisting that Terra Water Surging Strikes. So close combat would still probably take it out, and we're going to see the Ivy Cudgel and the Terra Water Surging Strikes are going to go into the Indeedee. Will it be enough to KO? No. It will not be enough to KO. That Terra Dragon Indeedee is going to survive on 2 HP, allowing it to survive and allowing Calyrex to go for one more devastating +2 Glacial Lance to finish this game 1 definitively.
Glacial Lance did knock out both of Jonathan's Pokemon. I believe that's it for this round 1. Jonathan has no Pokemon left, but we will see if he can make any adjustments into game 2. Based on what we've seen so far, it seems like it's still, even taunting Adrian's Pokemon is not enough to really slow him down, because he's anticipating that and just believes, I'll just go for big attack damages. That's all I need to do at this point, just to get ahead in the game.
Exactly. That Calyrex Shadow Rider we did not see it, but it probably would not have done that much, because again, that Indeedee would not have been, or would have just been immune to it and could have just set up a Trick Room, and that Smeargle would have just been able to Spore for free. But something to note is, again, that Indeedee and that Calyrex just refused to go down. They both just kept taking these devastating Terra Water Surging Strikes and surviving just barely. The issue is there's just not enough damage on Jonathan's team to break through the extreme bulk of this special defense boosted Terra Dragon Indeedee and this Calyrex Ice Rider.
Jonathan's going to have to find a really good matchup into this game 2 if he wants to try to get ahead. It's going to be very difficult, but I do believe he might be able to come up with something. It's going to be very hard, but he has a lot of different tools at his disposal. If he can't taunt and need Adrian's Pokemon because he's just going to go for attacks, might as well play into that. But we're going to see, looks like the same leads as game 1.
Anyone can make the adaptations necessary to come out on top in game 2. It's Jonathan. But will he? Will there be enough? One thing is, last game we did see Adrian click that fake out into that Weezing, which had the Covert Cloak, preventing it from actually flinching fake out. Smeargle this game is likely not going to make that same mistake twice and going to go for something a little more immediately threatening into Pokemon, likely either a Decorate to make sure that the Calyrex gets off as much damage as it wants, or a Spore to shut down one of the big threats on it. See you. There you go.
Fake out going into the Smeargle right now, flinching, and Jonathan is going straight for another taunt into the Smeargle again before it can do anything. But I'm going to guess, yep, a Glacial Lance, because that's all Adrian needs to do in this matchup right now. It does over 50% to the Calyrex Ice Rider right now, so Jonathan's going to have to figure out a different game plan for that, because, let's be frank, that Weezing is not going to be able to survive another hit at this rate.
Yeah, we see we're in basically the same board state as we were last time. We've got that Calyrex Ice Rider at full HP. We've got that Iron Hands at about thirds. We've got that thing a little under half, and we've got that Smeargle that cannot do anything other than fail a fake out. Smeargle once again switches out. Are we going to see Indeedee come back in just like last time? No.
The Urshifu Single Strike is coming out right now, but we're also seeing a switch out from Jonathan's Weezing. Going to keep that in the back for later. Activate or remove the neutralizing gas. We're going to see Jonathan's own Urshifu, but the Rapid Strike variant this time. We're going to see Glacial Lance does still do a lot of damage into the Iron Hands, and Iron Hands can retaliate with a low kick, do about 50%, maybe a little less than 50%, but it's still a lot of damage, and I think even from there, Jonathan might be able to adapt and possibly go for a very strong attack in the following turn.
An interesting thing to note here is, again, Jonathan can't go for that Terra Water on that Urshifu, because we've all seen how much damage that does, but that would leave it no longer resisting the Choice Band, Wicked Blows, and Sucker Punches coming from Single Strike. That ability to threaten with that priority or with those super-powered attacks is really going to prevent that Urshifu Rapid Strike from going for the Terra Water Surging Strike might otherwise be pursued.
Iron Hands switching out right now. We're going to go back. I believe that was the Weezing from earlier. Going to set up the neutralizing gas again. And we're going to eliminate all the abilities. Jonathan going for a Protect, which is interesting optimization right there, because that means that Adrian's Urshifu Single Strike will not be able to attack any protecting Pokemon. But it doesn't matter anyways, because we have the Sucker Punch, which is just going to fail regardless. And then a Glacial Lance again going into just the Weezing, and it lives at just a couple of HP left.
It's crazy. What a low roll that must have been for it to survive. But that is going to put Weezing in a very good position, for Jonathan in a very good position, now that he still has that Pokemon alive, and Calyrex Ice Rider has not gotten the attack boost that it would have if it had picked up that KO.
Jonathan has a potential position to really turn this game around and score a couple of knockouts if he can. No of the Terrestrialization. He's just going to go straight for Surging Strikes into the Calyrex Ice Rider. Do as much damage as he can at this current amount of HP right now. You see, does not knock it out.
Will the Weezing finish off the Calyrex? No one is going to go for a Toxic Spike. So it's going to make sure that the rest of the game goes a lot smoother as long as Jonathan can finish off that Weezing. And we see a Glacial Lance come out, not going to KO the Urshifu, gonna KO that Weezing. It's gonna get that attack boost.
one attack boost from Calyrex Ice Rider right now could mean a lot for the rest of this battle right now. Adrian might not. He might switch out his Calyrex, but he might not. Just keep it in, do as much damage as he possibly can. But Iron Hands is coming in. That fake out is very dangerous right now. But I think Adrian he still has Indeedee in the back just to set up Psychic Terrain. With Weezing out of the picture, he can just freely set up the Psychic Terrain and be able to block out any fake outs coming from the Iron Hands.
But even if he does block a fake out, he's still going to have no choice but to take a Surging Strikes even through Protect.
That is a good point right there. The Urshifu from Jonathan's side can still do a free attack if Adrian chooses to switch out his own Urshifu, which also, when you think about, that means he can't do any late game Sucker Punches either with this Psychic Terrain being set back up.
And we can see the Indeedee is going to get poisoned by the Toxic Spikes. As you're mentioning, Adrian is a very talented player. There's a lot of positioning with most of his Pokemon. DIR just kind of sits there. The rest of his Pokemon positioned very carefully throughout the game. That is going to mean that they are mostly just all going to get toxic or poisoned by the end of this. The Surging Strikes does come out. He is going to get rid of that Calyrex Ice Rider, which is going to make the rest of the game so much easier for Jonathan.
Jonathan being able to have the upper hand at this very moment right now. But I don't believe Adrian has gone for his Terrestrialization again. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another Terra Dragon come out of that DD again, because with it being able to resist so many attacks, as we saw in Game 1.
Excellent point. And there is still that Urshifu Single Strike coming out now. It cannot click Sucker Punch, as you pointed out. He has prevented himself by sending that Indeedee out, but both of his opponents are at low HP, also cannot go for any priority move. So it is going to be interesting to see whether or not these Pokemon are able to outspeed or survive these Wicked Blows, whether or not this Urshifu Single Strike is going to simply run over the rest of Jonathan's.
I believe we have Adrian right now. He is opting to go for the Terra Dragon on his Indeedee. He can go for a lot of fake out, or not fake out, the Follow Me, just put a lot of pressure because, as we've seen before, Jonathan's Pokemon are not able to do a lot of damage into this Indeedee, and while Adrian's Single Strike Urshifu is able to just knock out Pokemon as it freely chooses to. But ooh, we have a
So
adjustment.
There is no Follow Me from the Indeedee. Instead, we're going to see the Urshifu Rapid Strike on Jonathan's team outspeed the Urshifu Single Strike and OHKO it with that close combat.
Close combat knocking out the Urshifu Single Strike, but Indeedee trading off by going for a Psychic into Jonathan's Iron Hands. This means at this point in the game, Indeedee is Adrian's last attacking Pokemon with Smeargle in the back. It can't do any attacking moves. It can't even do a fake out at this point. It can only do Spores or Redirection or what was it? Or Decorating the Indeedee if it so chooses to.
Yeah, and we can see Jonathan actually did bring his Calyrex Shadow Rider this time, which is going to be interesting. And remember, this Urshifu Rapid Strike does have safety goggles, meaning it is completely immune to anything Smeargle wants to click into, whereas the Calyrex is still vulnerable to a Spore if Smeargle does decide to go into it. Which it is not going to let happen at all. Another no Follow Me from the Indeedee.
Alex Shadow Rider knocking out the Smeargle is a good play, and then we see the Urshifu Rapid Strike going in, does a big close combat amount of damage. I believe even at this point, the Rapid Strike Urshifu is knocked out, but Jonathan is just in such a good position right now. He doesn't need his ghost moves. He still has the Calyrex Shadow Rider to go for Psychic.
Seems like all Jonathan needs to do this turn is click Protect, and that poison is going to whittle down Indeedee, but that is not going to happen. Adrian is just going to give up. We are on to Game 3, an extremely tense finals after an extremely interesting match.
It's amazing to see how Jonathan was able to keep his Calyrex Shadow Rider positioned in the back for so long in this match, not having to worry about the two normal types that Adrian brings to every battle that he's been in with so far.
Exactly. Despite the fact that Adrian had 2 normal types and a dark type, that Calyrex Shadow Rider still was able to hang on in the back and come out at the last moment. And can we just talk about how impressive that play was, where he switched in that Weezing for the neutralizing gas so he could protect his Urshifu from the single strike Urshifu? What an astounding play. That is the kind of thing that you come to these events to see.
I love seeing creative plays like that. The Weezing can do so much into these battles right now, just being able to eliminate your opponent's abilities. While you also have to be careful with that. As much as it's great having Weezing around, you have to make sure that you're eliminating only your opponent's abilities while keeping the abilities that the Pokemon you want around. What was it? And you know what I mean.
And Adrian or Jonathan did that exceptionally this match, making sure that his own Unseen Fist was always active when he needed it, but preventing Adrian's Unseen Fist from KOing a vulnerable Urshifu, allowing it in the end to outspeed and OHKO Adrian's Urshifu. Now, was it a speed tie, or is Adrian's Urshifu slower because it's on a Trick Room team? We may never know, but it was a huge turning point in the game for that. Again, that super powerful dark type could have very easily swept through the rest of this team, with it being 2 red HP Pokemon and also Calyrex Shadow Rider, but that speed advantage, we're not going to let that happen.
All right, we're into our final game for this finals here today, and we see the same leads that we saw earlier in both of our previous rounds.
If there's one thing we've learned, it's same leads do not mean same game plans. We saw the same leads game 1 and game 2, but totally different Pokemon in the back and totally different strategies for both players changed the game tremendously.
I wouldn't put it past me if both these trainers have just thought of really different ideas. We have, it's going to be very quick planning from Adrian's side. He knows exactly what he wants to do into this matchup right here. Looks like he's just ready to just dish out some quick damages right now.
Adrian, it's interesting that Adrian keeps leading with the Smeargle because, well, yes, it does force the Weezing to go for a taunt turn 1 and allow it to take a lot of damage from Glacial Lance, or allow Calyrex to set up a Trick Room. It does, again, force that Smeargle in and then force that Smeargle out very quickly every game.
Speed advantage that Smeargle does have against Iron Hands means that if Fake Out will go first, Iron Hands not able to do anything. Taunt coming from the Weezing into Smeargle. Now it can't do anything except for more Fake Outs with no damage. A free Glacial Lance into both of Jonathan's Pokemon. They are going to take a lot of damage. A little bit.
Yeah, interestingly, we see this time it was not able to do over half to that Weezing. It seems like there is a very large range of damage it can do. We've seen it do over half twice, and we've seen it do considerably under half once or twice now. Wow.
Didi coming in right now already. Jonathan going for the Toxic Spikes. He wants to make sure that he can get statuses on Adrian's Pokemon if they choose to keep switching out like that. Drain Punch coming from the Iron Hands into the Indeedee. Does a good amount of damage to get some HP back and possibly be able to take more Glacial Lances throughout this battle.
We can see that the Weezing does in fact manage to survive a second Glacial Lance, putting it in a decent position. The Indeedee is going to come out. You're going to see that Psychic Terrain go up, increasing the power of its Psychic moves, but also increasing the power of Calyrex Shadow Rider's Psychic. Question is, what does Adrian go for here? Both of his Pokemon have Trick Room, also has Follow Me, and the Weezing does, of course, have that Poison Gas if he wants to put both Pokemon on a... The Weezing does not have Poison Gas, so it cannot put both Pokemon on a timer. My apologies.
But even then, Adrian has been known to switch out his Pokemon a lot, so that kind of positioning, we have a Protect from the Weezing. Let's try to stick around a little longer. Might be able to try to get some extra damage if it can. Psychic from the Indeedee gonna knock out the Iron Hands from that range, and then we're gonna see Calyrex Ice Rider. It's just gonna set up a Trick Room now so freely, and then it's gonna put Adrian at such a big advantage throughout the rest of this battle.
Interestingly, this is the first time we have actually seen that Trick Room go up this set, I believe, no?
Yeah, actually, now I think about it, that is the first time.
Despite all the trick rooms on Adrian's team, this is the first time he's actually bothered setting it up, instead preferring to go for those devastating Psychics and Glacial Lances up until this point. The good thing about Indeedee KOing the Iron Hands instead of Calyrex is that Calyrex does not get that attack boost from killing Nay, though it is still in a very scary position now that Trick Room is in.
Trick Room is up, and Adrian has the big advantage right now with Calyrex Ice Rider being the fastest Pokemon on the field now, going to be able to do some big damage right now. It's going to be very tricky for Jonathan to really adapt to this right with his Weezing and his Urshifu. I wouldn't put it past me that a Glacial Lance will be able to do not only knock out the Weezing, but being able to do some major damage to that Urshifu while also following up with maybe a Psychic attack. But we are going to see a Terastallization from Jonathan's Urshifu. Try to do as much damage as it possibly can into that Calyrex Ice Rider or the Weezing itself. Jonathan going for a double protect, fails, and then we have Glacial Lance coming out from the Urshifu, or the Calyrex Ice Rider, gonna knock out the Weezing and do some damage. Then we have Indeedee gonna be able to follow up with maybe its own attack.
Now, an important thing is Jonathan has Terastallized into a water type with his Urshifu. That means it is no longer weak to Indeedee's Psychic attacks, though a Psychic Terrain boosted Psychic could still do a lot of damage to this Urshifu, and we are going to see it is going to come out. It is going to do a good chunk of damage, but Urshifu will survive and get off that Terra Water Surging Strikes onto the Calyrex Ice Rider, doing only about half.
It's going to be a very difficult adaptation for Jonathan at this late in the game with the Trick Room setup and his Urshifu Rapid Strike at such low HP. All Jonathan has left is his Calyrex Auto Rider, and going to be able to try to do what he can to finish off this game, but it's going to be a very uphill battle from here.
This Shadow Rider is in an okay position, since the Calyrex Ice Rider is only at +1. Calyrex Shadow Rider will survive with its Focus Sash, but a double up from Indeedee could spell disaster, but instead, Jonathan is just going to go for the double protect, going to try and stall out as much of that Trick Room and the turns of Psychic Terrain as he can. If he can get out of Trick Room, stands a very real chance of clutching this game. But under Trick Room, you're in Calyrex Ice Rider's world now, buddy. You better pay homage to the king.
Honestly, from what it seems like right now, Calyrex Shadow Rider might be able to take a hit. It can probably go for an Astral Barrage. Won't be able to hit the Indeedee, but he can still do some damage, potentially even knock out the Calyrex Ice Rider from the current range that it's in. But Jonathan, he's just going to keep going for Protect, try to stall out as many Trick Room turns as he can to try to get into a better position.
You can see the Urshifu does manage to get the double protect, but the Calyrex Ice Rider does not. Glacial Lance bring it down to its Focus Sash. And Indeedee, if it goes for a Psychic, is going to finish it off, and it does. It's going to be the end of Jonathan's Restricted, and then it's going to leave, I believe, just the Urshifu, right? Iron Hands has gone down.
Iron Hands has gone down, Weezing's gone down, Calyrex has gone down. This is Jonathan's last Pokemon. If he can possibly get more protects off and then finish, no, we are just going to finish it off for today.
After one final tense battle with one Trick Room that in our first Trick Room of the set, we're going to see Adrian Heredia be our champion for today at the March 30th Oviedo Mall VGC Challenge here. And a very well-deserved victory. An absolutely terrifying team with all of those normal types, and that Calyrex Ice Rider proving to be absolutely devastating. Exceptional plays on both sides. The adaptation from Jonathan and those super creative plays with that Weezing were absolutely marvelous to watch. But in the end, Adrian is going to take it.
I gotta say, congrats to Adrian. That was a very well-played battle right there. He was able to get off the Trick Room in the final game, be able to in a great position to do as much damage as he could at that point. Being able to throw out Glacial Lances left and right, Psychic Terrain to block off any Aqua Jets, and being able to really secure this final match.
And there is some maybe some extent of conditioning in there. Again, Calyrex Ice Rider did not click Trick Room. Indeed, he did not click Trick Room, and it barely clicked Follow Me. I'll tell you, when I see a Calyrex Ice Rider and Indeedee in front of me, I know one's clicking Follow Me and the other's clicking Trick Room. But Adrian refused to go with that tried and true route, instead constantly mixing it up, going straight for the offensive pressure with those Glacial Lances, using those powerful Psychic Terrain boosted Psychics, and overall going far more offensive and far less predictably, allowing that Trick Room in Game 3 to come as a bit of a surprise, maybe.
I think also with Game 3, you really just got to think about how he was in such a good position to really be able to just really go for the Trick Room at that point. I mean, granted, that same turn, the Weezing did go for a Protect. He could have gone for Taunt, but still, he was able to really pull it off to set up that Trick Room.
Absolutely. Again, and congratulations one more time to Adrian. He's going to get those 15 championship points. He's going to move up in the Florida, or I don't know if he's going to move up a place, but he's going to continue down that path to making it into the Florida top 10. And again, a very impressive performance, a very well-deserved win. We can see Calyrex Ice Rider truly is Florida's Pokemon. Not with the Pelipper this time, but with the Torkoal, but still a very impressive performance with a very creative team. And I am just glad we were here to cast it.
That was such an amazing match from not even just these two players, but all of our players that we've seen today. There were so many great battles that we got to watch. Adrian in our first place, Jonathan second place. Brian played very well today. I was so excited to see how he was playing with, especially that Urshifu Rapid Strike with the Terra Water, the Mystic Water, just dishing out so much damage. Congrats to him on third place. Hayden Owens, I love your team, man. Congrats to you on fourth place.
We got Landon Morjal here in fifth place. We've got Matthew in sixth place. We've got Raymond in seventh, and we've got Anthony in eighth. Again, amazing plays from all these players. Such creative teams. And we can see we've actually got a decent spread of restricted Pokemon up here in the top 8. We've got those Ice Riders and those Shadow Riders, sure. We've also got some Zacians. We've got, looks like some Zamazentas. We've got that Terapagos. Despite how legendaries there were here today overall, we still got a pretty diverse spread here in our top 8.
I just love watching so many different restricted mons being used throughout these battles right now. It shows how much potential each player has bringing their own creative team. We've seen it not even just locals or regionals, whatnot. It just, there's so much creativity because every one of these players has potential to go for the gold here.
Exactly. Each of these Calyrex Ice Riders was a totally different team. We had one with Pelipper, one with Torkoal, and then one with just a lot of powerful offensive pieces.
All right, but I think at that point we are ready to sign off for today. Thank you all very much for watching. In a couple of weeks we have the Atlanta Regionals coming up, and that will be a great thing to see. I hope you all check that out, and hopefully we can get some of our Florida players up on stream and make it to the finals and go for the gold.
I expect great things from them. Go ahead and play us out, Samuel.
All right.